Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, my favorite gamer word tonight, Saturday stream. I hope you're doing well today. And I am, in fact, on time this time. Isn't it a miracle? Isn't it a fucking miracle, chat? I hope you're doing well. If not, today will actually be a good day. For real this time. Trust me, bro. We got some Shoe React Slop. I figured that would be fun. Because Shoe React Slop is always fun. And then, there's actual legit white pills that I have to cover. From like similar topics, but I think good topics that we should cover nonetheless. As I don't see Shu taking up all entire stream. It's only a half an hour video after all. Then again, I do like the app a lot, but still. And so I think tonight will be a nice, pleasant stream all around. For everything. Now I know you're probably thinking the Epstein files. And based off the thumbnail for the shoe hit video, Epstein will probably actually be brought up anyways. And so I will just probably wait and save my 2 cents on that and for when Epstein comes up during the shoe stuff. If not, maybe I'll bring it up later for that kind of deal. So we'll wait until that happens. There. Hey, I'm all in chat. What are the current laws? Is Don Lemon already dropped the soap? Well, the thing about Don Lemon, and I covered it today with Under the Bridge with V. Today, my model wasn't working, but I was in fact there. Believe it or not, you can hear my disembodied voice in the background. But he was let go on without bail, but he still has his court date on February 9th. So Don Lemon is unfortunately not in jail, and he's not dropping the soap, but he is still going to court. He's still being charged with face. So, like, on one hand, nothing ever happens because it's ridiculous that he got released within, like, less than 12 hours later without bail. Other hand, it's not surprising because he is rich. Somewhat famous, depending on your perspective of things. And, you know, he's still, in fact, going to court. So now, we'll see if he actually gets jailed for after the court process is done, but that's probably going to take some time. I totally see it happening where it's going to be taking forever to go through the courts because he's probably going to have the money to get through it, get a nice lawyer. He's a gay black man. He's got plenty of Democrat connections and just bigwig connections in general. Like, I'm sure they can probably do something to make it happen. And to at least either give him a slap on the wrist or drag out the trial as long as possible. But I asked for him, something actually happened to him. I don't think anything's gonna happen to him. He's also gay and black, so bonus DI points. Yes, exactly. You sound different for some reason. I don't know why I sound different. I'm trying to be a bit more intentional where I'm at when I'm speaking to the microphone. Because for the past, like, couple weeks, you guys keep on saying that I'm too quiet. And I'm not sure if it's because I'm just not speaking to the microphone enough. Or what exactly. I'm also awake this time. I took a nap before stream. So that helps a little bit. I got a little bit of gamer subs on the side too. So this is beneficial to actually, you know, not be tired. Didn't Luigi's murder charges get dropped? God, I didn't really pay attention to what happened with Luigi, but apparently he got, like, I also know he got lighter sentence because, for reasons. Let me look that up real quick, actually. Well, I am kind of curious. Guy. I keep on wanting to say Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, he's not gonna face the death penalty. There we go. Like, I knew it wasn't anything. I knew he was still being charged for something. I just knew it wasn't like something super serious. So in this case, he's not getting the death penalty. Which, I mean, I'm not that surprised. We don't use the death penalty that often, which is highly unfortunate. But, you know, I am somewhat a believer of an eye for an eye. So if you assassinate someone, you should probably get the death penalty. Like, there are a few things that I think deserve the death penalty, and murder is one of them. In that case. Like, that was the full-blown assassination that he was doing there. But what is he getting instead? I just popped up a New York Times article. Here. Okay, yeah. I don't care about the details because, well, that was what? Apparently in 2024 is when he did this? I thought I covered this on. I didn't stream that much before. When did. But I thought I covered this. I don't remember. Maybe I was just paying that much. Hoping I would one day cover it. He's indicted on 4 charges in a federal case, including 2 stalking counts, a firearms offense, and 1 account of using a firearm to commit murder, which carries a maximum sentence of death, but he's not getting the death penalty. So, yeah, more details. Let's see. A maximum sentence of life in prison without parole, and so but she dismissed 2 charges. Okay, so it's not really based off my very fast skimming here over this article because it's not exactly going to be the main topic for today. Luigi's mansion here. But basically he's just not going to get the death penalty so far, but they're still trying to figure out the other stuff for him. So, I mean, he's still being charged with something at least. There. How did you bypass the paywall for the New York Times? It wasn't a paywall for New York Times, but there are ways to bypass paywalls for other things. I have methods for. Somehow, miraculously, I was able to get methods to bypass these. Which, seeing how technologically inept I am, it's literally a miracle, but I did it. Your mic is going in and out. God fucking damn it. I don't know why it's doing this. It's only been the past couple weeks, but no setting has been changed on OBS. The only thing I can think of is just that myself, is just become quieter and or I'm just not paying that much attention to like where I'm placing myself on the mic these days, which I feel like I've always kind of been doing. So, I don't know. I legitimately do not know. What's happening with me and my mic? Like, probably like I'm bobbing up and down. Probably covered maybe and deleted it. Well, yeah, if it's anything past like what, August of last year, it got lost in the void. Well, whenever the channel got a little bit of heat, to say the least, it got yeah, it's in the void now. At this point, but I do have this issue with certain things that happened in 2024 where I can't remember if I covered it or not, because it all depends on, because I was highly paying attention to the political realm before I started streaming as I was getting ready to stream, because I had to like get this whole police set up and all the other fun stuff, right? To make sure I could actually be able to stream in the first place. And so there's a lot of things that I know about because I was heavily paying attention to it, but I didn't actually cover myself until I eventually started streaming. So, did you check your audio mixer? My audio mixer is officially OBS, and whatever is in OBS now, a long time ago now, Winters did all this shit for me. Because, once again, I spent like the first like 6 months of my streaming, first 6 months of my streaming thing, not having proper mic settings. And I say, well, I tried like 5 different times on my own accord to make it sound nice and pretty. And I was never able to make it actually sound perfectly nice and pretty. That's why, if you do manage to find the old shit, the audio quality will vary significantly depending on the time period. But eventually he fixed it, and it's just been left like that since. So, oh, by the way, did you get shocked yet? Yes. Okay. I have not gotten shocked yet, though that does remind me. I do need to make an announcement real quick. Real quick here. The shock collar. I have decided what to do with it. Because I was going back and forth because I was like, okay, the shot color is fun gag, and obviously you guys funded it, but it is degenerate. Like, which is the point, right? right? The whole point of how funny it is because it's degenerate and all that fun stuff, right? But for me to wear like every single stream, especially talking about like serious topics, not exactly the best in my opinion. Like obviously I'm okay with some degeneracy because let's be, everyone likes attractive women, everyone likes sex jokes, I'm okay with being the butt of the joke for different things. But I was like, okay, wearing the shot color all the time is probably not the best thing in my opinion. Like I wasn't fully like comfortable with it. So I've decided that the shot color will be saved for gaming streams and another fun stuff like members only things or whatever the case is, or like I'll have it in like the title, or I'll have like the mods pin something about it, like advertising that I actually am in fact wearing it, and the rules will still apply then for like the $100 thing for it, like I said, but I will just save it for the gaming streams, and then any other like fun stuff that comes around the line, like um, well, I'll say that part for later. Oh, so I am not wearing it right now. So don't throw money at me expecting me to get shocked. I mean, if you do throw the $100 on, I will feel morally obligated to do it manually myself just because I feel bad in that case. But yeah, I'm not actually wearing it. So if we're saving it for fun little gaming streams. Shot color comes out on Sadistic Saturdays net from now on. Yes. Essentially that. Essentially that. Just fake it? No. That's not right. Like, listen. Am I 100% wholesome and chungus and can tell you everything to be truthful with you guys all the time? Of course not. I do have to, muddy things and, and lie about certain stuff. But if it's a fucking shot color that you guys funded and you're throwing money, then, like, why would I fake that? I don't get, like, that's not worth faking. Like, it should be genuine in that case. So, um, you hear that, chat? She effectively got it on anytime you willing to throw money at her. Just keep that in mind. Listen. If you're gonna be that, yeah, I feel like it's morally obligated for me to do so. If you actually do throw $100, because it is expensive, and I made it expensive on purpose, so I wouldn't get shocked, and so therefore it happened very rarely. But at the same time, wearing it all the time gives me the ick, So yes, I did say gives me the ick because it does feel morally gross wearing that thing all the time, even is on my thigh. So yeah. Just make sure to fix the currency conversion scam when you do put on gaming streams. I had to figure that out. After last night's stream, I did play with it a little bit, but not like super much. Because I didn't exactly have a whole bunch of time yesterday. And I don't think I can. But I'll have to play with it some more and see if maybe there's something that I'm doing wrong. Because usually it is me doing something wrong in some way, shape, or form, because that's just how the cookie crumbles when it comes to me and technology. But alas. The woman isn't wearing the shot color and we're white pilling? Yes, we are white pilling tonight, even without the shot collar. You're literally just being shocked. It's not inherently horrorish. It kind of is because of, like, the pain thing, because a lot of women are into pain. I'm not personally. And then obviously, the man inflicting the pain, that's a fetish that a lot of guys have. And then the money involvement, and then like the noises that come out of my mouth, which are usually just me screaming fuck because I don't go when it happens, but at the same time, oh, for fuck's sakes. Well, like I said, I don't have it on, but now I feel obligated to do it, so... Give me a second. I have to... Go get the collar. Yeah. Okay. Come on, Mo. Have some dignity. Do you think I have dignity? Do you think I have pride? Do you think that I have, I don't fucking know. Um, no. The happy emergence demanded. Yes, literally. Amalgamyte. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ here. It's probably somewhere in there. No, it's lost. It's fucking lost. Okay, I probably should stop bitching and actually thank Eldritch Saga for the $100 100 shekels. I should probably actually thank him for the 100 shekels because there's a lot of shekels. But I'm sitting like every single time I see it, I'm like Pavloving myself to hate $100 because I see it and I'm just like fucking hell. I hate this so much. Which is the wrong it's the wrong thing to do. Because it's 100 shekels. Oh my god. And he did it twice. 100. Oh, yep. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Okay, I have. Oh, I didn't even put it fully on yet. Jesus fucking. Just stop. Wouldn't it be the other way around? No, because I'm sitting here being like, man, 100 shekels is a lot of money. I should be grateful for it. But man, every time I see the 100 shekels, I think, fuck me. I'm gonna get shocked. I hate this. He's not paying rent this month to Zap the Dragon. Apparently. For the record, chat. Oh my god. What the fuck's wrong with you, Eldritch Saga? Okay. Enjoy. No. Okay, there's gonna be a cooldown period for this, by the way, because like I'm not gonna do it in a row. Do you know how much that fucking sucks? Okay, I'm gonna shut up for so I can at least get the first one out of the way. Fucking hell. Okay, 3. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay. That was not pleasant. You guys are poor as all. What? Eldritch Saga. But for the record, while I'm letting this fucking cool down, here is remember, chat, okay? You know, I know somebody just made a joke about him not paying rent, but for the record, please, babe, make sure you take care of yourself. Don't use your savings to shock a random woman on the internet, okay? That's like max level degeneracy right there. Remember, you know, buy your groceries, pay your rent, feed your dog, you know, help out your elderly parents. I don't know. So, something along those lines. Spend your money on gacha, and then, maybe consider the whore on the internet. Harlot activities, yeah. Get Arch a shot collar? Oh, no, he's not. He's not going to do that. He is not going to. He'd be probably happy to use this on me, for his channel, but he's not going to do it. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, I'll do the second one now. 3, 2, 1. Okay. I'm not sure why it's not as painful as it was the other day. It's more uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? Am I already adjusting to it? I've barely used it. Let me turn it up. Because, like, it's no fun if it's not actually painful. Honestly, this can all be traced back to him. That is true. Why are you saying you're shitting yourself? Because I'm grunting. Wait, no, why not another 400? Hold on, wait a second here. Do you have it set properly? Well, I'm manually doing it because I turned it off. Because I wasn't gonna be wearing it. I didn't want it going off if I wasn't wearing it. The only thing I think of is I didn't charge it, but it has a really long battery life. So, and it still says it's on and working. So the only thing I think of is maybe I need to charge it every single day. Is maybe the strength fails if it's not fully charged? But it doesn't make logical sense. So, yeah. I'm not exactly sure here. Anyway, thank you for the another 100 fucking shekels. Which, by the way, Eldritch Saga, I said this the other night. But since you are throwing so much money into the void right here for whatever your masochistic tendencies are, or sadistic tendencies are, you can put this money to the game funds. If you wish, I'll keep your eye out in the chat for that kind of stuff. I'll also include the other 400 from the other night too. For the game streams. So that this is like a one-time offer though, because usually I do ask that you do mark your super chats or whatever game stream that you want. But since you're throwing money into the void here, figured might as well. In that case, keep that up is gonna switch to pleasure. Yeah. You need to get better at setting boundaries, Amal. This is just fair. It's just fucking fair. I feel like, thank you, Clarky, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. She has developed resistance to electricity. Amal has evolved to a rock type Pokemon. No, I don't like the rock types. Okay, I'll do the third one now, and that's on higher one. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh, fuck! Okay. Yep, now it hurts again. Jesus Christ. Which, by the way, I didn't say this earlier because I got distracted by Eldritch Saga and his shekels. But I did, as kind of a joke and slash a, truce of sorts, I did have on today's goal to put on the shot collar, actually. As a half joke, I would have done it. But now we're already halfway through. Oh my god. Okay, Eldritch Saga, holy shit, dude. When I'm done with my gameplay, then you'll be impressed, promise. Oh, so you're making a game? Should you really be? Okay, I'm not gonna question your financial decision. Kind of weird for me to do so technically, but at the same time, you know what? Whatever floats your boat, long as you're paying your bills at the end of the month, that's all I care. That's all I care. But you know what? I will note this down that Eldritch Saga is working on a game, and I will check it out when you're done. I don't know if I'll play the full entire thing, depending on how big it is and what it's actually about. But this is fine. That's the least I can. Which, by the way, thank you for another shekels. Also, are you in the Discord server? Message one of the mods for the Discord server, and you can get the absolute Mad Lad roll now. Which you probably could have gotten on Saturday, now that I think about it. But now you can definitely get it today. So, talk to one of the mods on Discord and get the absolute Mad Lad roll. For ya. Okay. How many have I done? Have I done 3? I've lost kind of count now. Hold on, wait a second. I've done 3, right? Deal, sort of by lurk. That's fine. If you don't want the roll, that's on you. You can still lurk with the roll. It just the nice little special thing to give you for your investment into the random woman. So carry on. Okay, let's do number 4. 2, 1. Fuck. No. Okay. Looks like she's got her second collar funded so she can wear one on each leg. No. No, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. We're in one and done. That's it. Sorry, it's a fucking pain in the ass to get this one done. I'm not gonna add another one to the mix. And it's already degenerate enough as it is. Also, thank you, Ultimas Must Die, for celebrating your membership for 1 month now, being a Diddy Blood. Shock. Yeah, clearly you're enjoying this. Fuck you. You guys are all awful. Eldritch Saga in particular, but you guys are all awful there. The Mad Lad Roll also gets you the members only streams. That is true. Mad Lad Roll does get you the members only streams, but it's the Discord version of it, which is basically the same thing as YouTube to a certain degree. I mean, you don't have the cool OBS things that I have, like the background. But yes. Being an absolute mad lad is a way to get the members only streams. Expensive way to get members only streams. But hey, listen. How you use your money is not how I am. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, now I'll do the 5th one. 3, 2, 1. Fuck! Okay. There we go. Okay, now the shot color's coming off. Like I said, it's been disabled. I do think it's probably better when it's not me manually doing it. Not better feeling for the record. I mean, better for you guys. So, anyways, I just like the spend limit. I think it's for the best. I'm okay with the spend limit, actually. Here. But then again, I don't exactly like YouTube baby. Right? Like, you should be able to decide, because you guys are obviously fucking retarded, but then again, I'm not exactly a fan of big corporations deciding, or governments deciding what people do with their lives to a certain degree. It's definitely better when you're not expecting it. Yeah. But like I said, if the 100 shekels come through, I'll do it, man. But save them. I do recommend saving it for the game streams, because as we learned from this lesson here, it's better when I don't expect it. In this case. So, though then again, I did make the goal for me to put the shot color on as like a, oh no, half joke / olive branch for different things, but that's not going to be a normal goal. I know maybe I'll change it to the P.E.P.E. hoodie. I'll like retroactively change it to the P.E.P.E. hoodie instead. I mean, we are doing React Slop today, and I do like wearing the P.E.P.E. hoodie for React Slop, especially since we did have the shot color on for a bit. So you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. We had the shot color fun. It was all nice and dandy. I know the goal says shot color on again, but I'll retroactively change it to P.E.P.E. There we go. Yeah, but then it further makes you avoid game streams then? No, it won't. It won't, because I like game streams a lot, because it is a nice break from politics. And politics does get weary on the soul, especially when it's constantly black pills and stuff. That's why I am kind of happy for tonight's stream, because she was always fun. And then there are actual legit white pills that I can cover. Which is nice. Though, I should probably just announce it now before I forget. But at the moment, I'm not planning on streaming next Wednesday. So there'll be no Wednesday stream, and in those regards. So, and those who've been here long enough probably know why. Though it's too cold for me to go anywhere. In that case, but. Yep, there'll be no Wednesday stream next week. And Then yeah, but then after that, I have a collab on next Saturday, the 7th. At the moment, at least. Um. Excuse me. Um. We got a shot collar. Still no T-shirt for the Nazi. For the mall appreciators who want to be covert Nazis in public. We're not Nazis here. Come on. Oh, come on. We're not Nazis here. But I already said I'll work on merch when I hit 10k. And well, we are actually getting pretty close to that, so I should probably look into how to make merch. I won't be launching with 10k, but I'll be working on it. Like actively at 10k. I'll probably start here relatively soon. Once I finish some other things I have in the backlog that I need to do. Which I'm going through pretty slowly. So, you whispered the name of whose stream you're going to be on? I did not do that. I know that for a fact. She was a great example of I don't have to agree with you on everything to like you. Yes, actually. I saw some people debating Shu before stream started. Obviously, people can have their opinions of her if they want, because I don't care, right? Everyone's got their opinions at the end of the day. If you're wrong, you're wrong. No, I'm kidding. In this case, and I say this every single Shu react, which I don't actually do that many Shu reacts. I'm not one of those people who like reacts to every single one of her videos. But every time that I do, I always want to state this because I do think it's important. I'm actually a very long-term Shu-on-Head fan. I was watching her during the Gamergate days when she was dating Armor Skeptic. And for those who don't know who Armor Skeptic is, he was a huge part of the atheist movement on YouTube during that time period. He was one of the PNG tubers who would wear like a suit and a tie, and then he would wear a helmet on his head. In that case, but there was like other people there that did the exact same thing, like Logic. Once again, suit and tie. There was like this. The whole part of the skeptic community is a lot of guys who were like atheists who were debunking Christianity and the different talking points, and a lot of them had like wear like suit and ties and then have some sort of other motif to go with it. And he was one of the bigger ones. He was absolutely hilarious, and I found her through him because she, like I said, she was dating him during that time period. I also found Sargon partially through Armor Skeptic as well. And Tumblr. It was like a weird mix of that kind of stuff. In that case. And so, and she was making, you know, anti-feminism videos 10 fucking years ago. And I've been watching her since then. Like, I'm an actual genuine fan of her. Do I agree with her on everything? No. Obviously. Just like I'm a fan of Sargon, and I don't agree with him on everything. No, I think at this point, I'm more closely like aligned with Shu than Sargon in some ways. Depending on what we're talking about, based off how she was advocating for Shusilism in that one video of hers that I did last time. And it's like, huh, interesting. But not completely to a certain degree. I like her tweet, like, you know, I'm gonna vote for whatever party who's not gonna kiss the wall. I'm like, yeah, face. In those regards. Excuse me. Like, now, we'll see what will happen in this video, because there's a lot of topics that I've already covered. Like, there's obviously ice happening, so I'm assuming she's probably gonna cover some of the ice riots. Maybe Renee Good, maybe Alex Pretty, depending on when she recorded this video. Amelia, the Quality Learning Center. Epstein's being thrown in here, which is interesting, because Epstein really wasn't being talked about much until the files got released today. In this case, will I agree with her on some stuff? We will have to wait and see for this, because in the day, like, you can still like somebody and not agree with them. But generally, you know, ever since she got married and had kids, she's obviously been shifting more to the right, at least in the more traditional sense. For this. I might disagree a lot with this video. I know I cringe a lot watching it. I mean, if you're like the 4th person I've seen so far in chat talking about how they disagree with a lot with this video. So I am very curious to see how my opinions are going to be then, because let's be honest here, chat. We're kind of in a bubble here, you know. Usually we agree with each other on a lot of stuff. There's very few times where I actually like, disagree with chat, or chat disagrees with me on certain stuff. Which, I mean, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I feel like that's pretty normal when it comes to streaming audiences here. Her perspective has changed a lot since moving out of her parents' basement, lol. Yeah, she had the whole Bernie bro phase, which lasted, I don't even want to call it a phase, because it lasted actually a pretty long time. Like, after she broke up with Armor Skeptic, it was a few years of just absolute disaster, because, like, they both stopped, content creation for a bit. And then, she was hanging around Vosh a lot back in, like, 2020, like, 2019, 2020 time periods. And she was definitely heading down the more socialist route for different things. And she never fully hopped on the whole, like, DEI feminism thing. She's always been against intersectionality. But I don't see her as, like, maybe things have changed since we are now in 2026. But I haven't heard her talk about any, like, race issues, for example. Like, she has talked about, like, not wanting to kiss the wall type of race issues. But that seems more like a certain country and not the actual tribe in that case. Like I said, I haven't talked about like racial stuff. It's more along the lines of like why people shouldn't be discriminated against, which I mean, true. You know, you can be racist to white people. Okay, true. You know, that kind of like milquetoast 2016 stuff. Because her politics really hasn't changed a ton over the years. Like, she did go further left when she's around Vosh. But then she kind of like walked that back when she left the Vosh circle. And then she got married and had a kid. Now she's a bit more traditionalist and she's a bit of a noticer in that regards. But like, the core of her politics really hasn't changed. But the, like, which is, I guess it's okay depending on how you see things. I mean, at least she's consistent. You could argue. Or it can be like, oh, she hasn't had any growth, if you want to argue against her. I like her still because she's funny. She's like one of the few funny women on the internet. Obviously she wears like 50 pounds of makeup, but hey, she still looks pretty. So you know what? Good on her. Even with the 50 pounds of makeup, she still looks pretty in her 30s. And she's just entertaining. Like, for it. Like, obviously these issues are going to be probably hot topics, as we can tell by the thumbnail. But she's not gonna probably go super deep into them, because she doesn't make her YouTube videos, YouTube safe and normie safe at the end of the day. And then that's where I come in, and I'll underpin them a bit more in these cases. But I still like her, because she still is entertaining. So she's single now, or how does that work? She's married with a kid. She's been married with a kid for a while now. Hearing your internet history makes me really wonder how you ended up here. Sargon. Sargon's the main core of this. Just keep in mind, the skeptic community, back in the day, splintered into being, anti-SJW versus the SJWs. So there were people within the skeptic community who were atheists, who were, you know, destroying Christianity through enlightened debate, and it split between anti-SJWs and SJWs. So anti-SJW was, well, she wasn't really part of the skeptic community, but she was dating Armor Skeptic. Armor Skeptic was an anti-SJW. Sargon was anti-SJW in those regards, and that's who I splintered off with. Versus there was like amazing atheists and Thunderfoot, who went the social justice route, which I was actually never really big fans of them. So I think it was really just because of, on more than likely what happened, it's just because of who I watched during the time. So I got influenced by them, because you're talking about young teen Amal, who was like 15 years old roughly, give or take here, impressionable young girl who was just watching her favorite content creators as the shift was happening and just followed them along with it. Because at the end of the day, women just follow men. And that's basically what I did. There's other people I've watched who didn't actually split. They kept with their atheist content creation without getting to the culture war for at least a while. Like Dark Matter 2525 and Bible Reloaded. But I know Bible Reloaded eventually fell into the culture war stuff with Hugo transitioning to Hannah, which was disgusting. And then I know Jake has his own corn stream that he does. I don't get his thing with corn, but it makes me uncomfortable. In a lot of ways. And then I'm not sure what happened with Dark Matter 2525, but every once in a blue moon I'll see him on Twitter debating like somebody like Sargon. And I'm just like, what happened to you, actually? I liked your animations, they were great. In that case. So, and I'm not really complaining because I feel like in the end, like, I'm better off following the Sargonian crew. Like, there's plenty of criticisms for Sargon that you can have, especially since I've left the Sargon plantation and started to stream on my own and, you know, research my own topics and cover it myself. I've definitely gone further than Sargon at this point. But I feel like between Sargon and Thunderfoot, or like, I feel like between the two of them, I went down the right path. So, anyway, I have to show my cred, okay? I gotta show my cred when doing Shoe React Sloppa, because it's called Shoe React Sloppa for a reason, and I would like credit where credit is due. Thank you very much. It's still Lotus Eater's Braun Deer subscriber, by the way. Listen, I have to pay Harry's bills, okay? Harry is married with a kid by now at this point. He is clearly enjoying his time at this Lotus Eaters. I have to make sure he's able to pay his bills, okay? But anyways, let's actually get into the sloppa, because it's gonna take me like a little over an hour and a half to get through this video based off how much I like the yap. So, well, let's get into the news. Oh wait, hold on. Before we do so, my apologies. I know I missed some supers because I was yapping. Nameless World, thank you for the $10 dues. I sent some AI pictures through Lum Lum. I wanted to make sure you got the DM. Was it the... Are you referring to the Arch's Harem thing? I did see those briefly. Those are pretty good. Minus the fact that it's Arch's Harem, and which is disgusting. But you know, the AI part is good, I guess I should say. I thank you, the Malcontent, for the $2 dues. Thank you. Are you also YouTubers removing filter features? I don't know what filter features are. Unless you mean like how to like go through content and figure out what the watch, which if that's the case, it's gay. So anyways, okay.
Hello friends, my name is Shoeonhead, and welcome to my new series, The Hellworld Report. Some of you may remember my old series that was just called Hellworld. If you do, you can qualify for a veterans discount. Congratulations!
Yay, I get the veterans discount! As I was like, wait a second. How is this new? I mean, the animation's new, but I know Hellworld, and but apparently I do get the veterans discount. Anyways.
And if you remember the Gamergate days, well, please come collect your retirement. If you have not seen my old series, go check it out. I will put the link to the playlist down below. I think it's a really interesting time capsule into the years 2020 and 2021. Like, how crazy it was back then, and then in retrospect comparing it to how crazy it is now. But this is a shorter, more condensed version of that series. Think of it as a Temu, Jon Stewart, or Stephen Colbert before they morphed into the same flavor of shitlib. You see, I'm better than those late night Jimmies because I don't get my news from mainstream sources like some kind of hack. No. I get them from far more reputable places like Instagram Reels and Femboy Groiper69 on Twitter. From furry ballrooms and the Epstein files to OnlyFans green cards and kidnapping foreign leaders, from government-funded purple-haired girlfriends to a potential civil war, we have a very packed show for you today. It has been a crazy year, and it is only January. As I am filming this, we are currently—
It's actually the last day of January, January 31st. And I feel like I've done nothing this month. Like, I feel like I literally didn't do jack shit this month. It has gone way too fast. At the same time, though, so much has happened in 1 month that it's like, wait, it's been a year. So I'm not sure if that's compounding my feelings over the fact that nothing, like, I haven't done anything.
having a huge winter storm.
This morning, snow, ice, and frigid temperatures sweeping across the nation. 20 states under a state of emergency.
Ah yes, perfect weather to make some poor immigrant deliver me chicken tendies. It's so cold that Michigan and Minnesota received reports about exploding trees. Leftists said no more ice, and God said— Anyway, in news that should have stayed in 2016, apparently there is a new term women have coined called man-keeping. Man-keeping is why women are done with dating. Researchers at Stanford have finally given a name to something many women have been dealing with for years. It's called man-keeping, and it's helping explain why so many women are stepping away from dating altogether.
So, they dropped mansplaining, and they dropped manspreading. At least, it seems like they dropped it. I haven't really been paying attention to this feminist in a long minute because, well, nobody cares what women have to say. But now we have man-keeping? Are they really, like, I know, like, the tranny stuff is kind of out the window. Nobody likes them anymore. I know the gays are falling out of favor, too. The blacks, unfortunately, still exist, but, you know, like, as for Black Lives Matter, nobody cares about it. Are we trying to bring back feminism again? Are we trying to bring back, like a social justice warrior, like, style of feminism with this? I'd rather not. Can we just move on? Can we go past all this nonsense?
Man-keeping describes the emotional labor women end up doing in heterosexual relationships. It goes beyond remembering birthdays or coordinating social plans. It means being your partner's one-man support system, managing his stress, interpreting his moods, holding his hand through feelings he won't share with anyone else. All of it unpaid, unacknowledged, and often unreciprocated. I hate this therapy speak people talk with nowadays. Emotional labor? You mean being there for your partner? This is why so many people are just gonna start dating ChatGPT. People thought men were gonna be the ones dating AI. No. They're gonna be the ones with these sex robots. Women are the ones who want the daily affirmation machines. Yes, honey, I love when you talk about all the drama at work. Tell me more about that bitch, Veronica. Man-spreading, mansplaining, man-interrupting, man-keeping, manscaping. Speaking of manscaping, before we dive—
Okay, before she dives into the ad read here, I hate women. I hate women so much. I mean, I know this is some sort of, like, stupid tabloid article. She didn't put the source for what it is. I'm assuming it's, like, Forbes or Vice or something along those article lines there. And that seems like it's something that would actually, like, come through that. And it's just, like, I feel like that's something you can just ignore. I'm sure there's going to be some women that are lapping it up because the women just love not taking responsibility at the end of the day. But if it's not something that's, like, I see used in daily life or online a lot, and maybe I'm just being too siloed off, I feel like it's just some sort of this push to make something that's not actually there, so women hate men even more. But then again, I'm not part of, like, the girly pop TikTok side of things, which I'm sure they probably will. Do you hate yourself too, Amal? Why, of course. New York Times? Did it say that? I missed it? My apologies. Okay, so the New York Times is pushing it. Whatever. Opinion disregarded. If a woman actively seriously uses it, at least you know it's a red flag and you should just bullet dodge, right? As she says, man keeping. Actively trying to take care of your significant other, your boyfriend, your husband. Man keeping. Wow. That's exhausting. Like, yeah, you're supposed to be there for them, you fucking dumb bitch. Yes, it does get exhausting from time to time. But that's part of the relationship. But whatever. Whatever. Woman retarded.
Dive into the news, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, a sponsor that can help you with your manscaping, Henson Shaving. For the last few decades, razors haven't been designed to work better, they've been designed to be marketed better. More blades, more features, more gimmicks, and skin irritation is just something you're told to deal with. A big cause for that irritation is blade flex. Most razors use springs to let the blades move as you shave. That causes extra friction and razor burn, so people use aftershave, cold water, moisturizer, whatever. They fix the symptoms instead of the cause. But the question nobody asks is, should the blade actually move? How do we fix the actual problem? That's where Henson Shaving comes in. By fully supporting a two-sided blade all across its length at a 30-degree angle, they hold the blade in place to prevent any bouncing, skipping, just giving you an irritation-free shave. No springs, no movement, no reason to compensate with pressure. What separates Henson is the precision behind their design. With their Henson AL13 safety razor being manufactured in the same aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station. This level of precision allows the blade to extend just 1/1000th of an inch beyond the shave plane, less than the thickness of a human hair. Since I switched to Henson like almost 2 years ago now, I've noticed my shaves have been way silkier and smoother. No tugging, no cuts, just a close shave that feels great on my skin. And here is the best part. Once you invest in a Henson razor, it is a lifetime purchase. The only thing you'll need to replace is the blades, which cost 10 cents each. So once you own the razor, you'll only be spending like $3 to $5 per year on blades, compared to the ongoing cost of buying those little plastic cartridges. Also, the Henson store offers a bunch of different colors, so you can pick out the razor that best suits your vibe. So if you're tired of razor burn, skin irritation, and paying for overpriced—
I'm sorry, I know she's just doing an ad read, but just you can pick out a color that best suits your vibe. It's a razor. Okay, actually, you know what? This reminds me of actually, speaking of 2016 feminism and social justice bullshit, right? This reminds me of a hard talking point that feminists had during that time period called the pink tax, where women would complain about how their products were more expensive than men's, um, and it was like unfair. I know my sister would rant and rave to me about this as well. And like at first hand, I was like, "Wow, that's unfair. Why do women have to, pay more than for the same products as men? Why are their razors more expensive?" And they always use razors as an example. And then it's like, wait, hold on a second here. Um, maybe consider the fact that women's and men's skins are different, so they have to have different. So the razors are made differently because women have more sensitive skin than men do. Also the fact that women like pretty colors and sparkles versus men are totally okay with just black or just like a basic bitch colors that are just gonna be mass produced. They don't need fun shit. And so like versus every single woman's razor is like pink and sparkly or blue and sparkly and all this different stuff, and it's like Venus or something like fancy along those lines with all the women's razors there. Meanwhile, go look at the men's razors and it's like basic bitch fucking shit, or like they promote electric razors, and so it's cheaper just to buy the electric razor and then get the replacement ones instead. Um, and so like, and then also women are very easily marketable, and because if you make it sound fancier, like Delta Cross brings up the ergonomic candles and stuff like that, it's like they can basically manipulate women into paying more for what's actually needed. And for the longest time, I did actually use the men's razors because of this. But then I eventually did switch the women's razors just because they are actually made for women after all, even if they are a little bit more expensive, because I do have very sensitive skin. I've had skin problems my entire life since I was a baby. And I get razor burns really easily. And so that helped a little bit when it came to the razor burn problem. by switching over to a female razor. So it's like it's actually worth it in the end to buy the female razor more. But this is why female products are so much more expensive because of the different things that they have to factor in specifically for women, and then women like nicer things, and they're also more willing to spend more money if they feel properly advertised to. So all in all, it just kind of adds up to be the 50 cents to $1 more expensive than the men's equivalent for this stuff. So sorry for this tangent here, but just the whole whatever color meets your vibe and razors just reminded me of that of the way back in the day. Once apparently I need to collect retirement from Shu, like she said here. um, pink dye is literally more expensive. Tilda did a video on that. Also, women are paying more for pretty colors. Yes, that's my point, right? Like black doesn't cost that much. You can see this on Amazon, for example, when you can choose. I don't fucking know. Your air filter, like a humidifier or something like that. Some random object, right? And you go and you look, and it's like the black one is like really cheap, or it's like usually like a couple dollars cheaper. And then if you go choose like a blue one or a pink one, it's like $5 to $10 more expensive depending on the object. There, it's the same fucking thing, but with women's products because women like pretty colors. Uh, uh. Fun fact: the more you shave, the faster your hair grows out again. Yeah, that's another reason why I don't like to shave this super often because I don't like to deal with it. So I walked away. We're only on the ad. Listen, I was making good points. I swear. I swear. Oh. Thank you, Isengard, for the $10 bills. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Choose a critical breed, and critical as in moist critical, breed of enlightened centrist, judging by her take on Kirk's killing being, I hate the left, I'm still gonna vote blue no matter who. She's not a mommy, she's a commie. Um, I mean, I I don't know if I would completely consider her an enlightened centrist for different things, but like I said before we started the video, her politics hasn't actually changed all that much. She's been a socialist this entire time. Even during her social, like, anti-social justice warrior phase days, she was still a socialist. So, which, we can make an argument which kind of socialist is the good kind, and the stuff. But like it's you can I still hold the line of the fact that you can disagree with somebody and still find them entertaining, or like agree with them at some points and disagree with them with others and still like a person. Like maybe I'm too 2016 still, but I can get along with people with disagreeing political opinions. As long as you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. That's my thing. Now, will I trust a rabid leftist? No, but I can still be cordial with them to the best degree that I can. In that case, I'm not going to like stop a friendship over political takes. I'm just not going to talk politics with them, and in that case, because I still believe in that. I know it's like almost impossible in the modern age. They can't do that with leftists. But if you have somebody like Shu, who is, as you say, an enlightened centrist in this case, I do think it's possible because we do agree on a decent amount of points. Um, so, in that case, and I don't really see her voting for Democrats. Like I reacted to her Charlie Kirk video, but I don't remember her saying that she's still gonna vote for the Democrats in this case. I and that stuff, but maybe I'm misremembering there. Um, and then thank you, Johnny Ryu, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Aerospace material looks inside just stainless steel every single time. Listen, you gotta advertise it somehow, okay? You gotta advertise it somehow. I mean, if we really want to talk about advertising, here, you could always go to thedragonstreasure.com and use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order for your tea, soap, and coffee needs, as well as new powdered energy drinks as well. I mean, the tea man mostly makes the stuff by hand. I usually say that he makes it by hand, but in reality, like half of it's made by hand. I mean, the soaps are made by hand, as far as I'm aware. Not the individual ingredients. He's not gonna be able to get frankincense and make that completely by hand. But still, and he's got new powdered energy drinks too that are brand spanking new. We got blueberry, vanilla, mint, and cherry lime. The best part is He's super fucking based. He's not gonna cancel me because I like to say the N-word on occasion. And talk about how, you know, you need to send the blacks back to Liberia and all that fun stuff, right? Like we're like, okay, he's a cool dude in that regards. And if you use code Amalgamyte on your to get 10% off your order, you're also helping support the channel at the same time, and you get good coffee and soap. I do in fact actually use the tea and the soap from him. I've been using the frankincense soap myself when I'm showering because I do in fact shower. I know it's a miracle. There we go. There we go. Speaking of advertisements, and since Cork did do a wonderful ad read for me, I'll read out his ad read on top of it. Keyboard working? Check. Movement on my screen won't get away from me? Check. Chat at thedragonstreasure.com. You can buy caffeine and soap to clean yourself or perform other activities with. Use code Amalgamyte for 10% off at checkout. Warning, soap can be toxic and ingested in either of the 4 ways possible. Consult a mod for help and see instructions on what to do next. See link below for details. Exactly. Exactly. Go check it out and don't eat the soap, even though it smells good. It smells really good. I kind of want to eat the soap now. But don't actually eat the soap. Anyway, ad within an ad. We're only 5 minutes in so far.
To razor blades. Henson shaving is definitely worth checking out. Just head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and 100 blades to your cart. Then enter the code SHOE at checkout to get the blades free with your purchase. Big thanks to Henson Shaving for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad. You didn't, right? Now, let's get back.
I would always skip the ad when I would watch her. But I've been yelled at for skipping the ad when I watch her these days as the VTuber Amalgamyte. So hence why we watch it. And hey, I get to advertise myself. Oh, the goal's been reached over on YouTube. Okay, I know we literally just unpaused, but if I'm not yapping, then what's the point? Anyway, I'm retroactively changing the YouTube goal to the P.E.P.E. hoodie. Thank you everybody for your generous donos over on YouTube. Especially LJ Saga, you need assistance, please get help. But thank you for hitting the goal over on YouTube, especially so early in stream. It has barely been a fucking hour, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. The P.E.P.E. hoodie is on, perfect for our reacts. And thank you Nameless World for completing the goal with the $10 reduce. God no, I just saw the book. I have nothing to do with that. I was talking about the one thing wearing a Burger King crown. If you haven't seen it, then go yell at Lum Lum. I have not seen it. I've not seen it. Or you can join the Discord server and at me there, and usually I see the stuff that you guys at me. Now, whether I react to it or not is a different story, because there's some people who like to spam that. But generally I do. So, thank you for the $10 with those. And I am excited to see the Burger King crown. I feel like that'd be funny. That'd be funny. Okay. Okay, should I start another goal? Should I be a greedy little bitch and start another goal? Here? Yeah, I'll do it, and I don't really care. Let's see, I got the P.E.P.E. hoodie on. I don't care about the goal. I'm maybe not the best at monetizing this, but like, what's the point of a goal if everything's already complete? I'm not doing the shot collar. I got the P.E.P.E. hoodie on. I don't really want to get a Malgafly out. At the moment. There's no point in doing another goal. It's retarded. Anyways.
To the video. Alright, let's start with some good news. The median age of home buyers is now 59.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But that's not all. America's seniors will now see a new $6,000 bonus exemption as part of the Working Families Tax Cut. That's $93 billion in tax cuts for seniors all over the country. And by Working Families Tax Cut, they mean you, the working family. Giving another $1 billion wealth transfer to the most oppressed class. Boomers. Why are we giving these geriatric f***s another tax break? Maybe they should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Maybe they should stop buying so much avocado toast. God forbid we help young families raise the next generation of Americans. No, that would be communism. Young people are poor as f*** nowadays. What are they supposed to do?
Piper Raquel, 18, claims she made $2.9 million in a single day after launching OnlyFans.
No more rights. No more women's rights. I am ready for the Islamic Revolution. Mayor Memdani, please press the Islamification button. I know the go-to joke is always, haha, women, am I right? But I think the real question here is, should men be allowed to have credit cards? This woman didn't magically create millions of dollars with her mind out of thin air. No. Millions of men made this woman a millionaire overnight. Where's the accountability for that? I'm out here policing the whores. We need some men to be out there policing the simps. We have a simp epidemic. Simps are out of control. Not all of them though. Mine are cool. They can stay. Also, isn't this like the—
Yeah, that's right, chat. You can stay. For me, particular. Nobody else. Okay, you're mine. 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 Chat. All mine. Other than that, though, I mean, she kind of has a point. I mean, I think men should have credit cards because like I don't trust women with credit cards. They fucking abuse the shit out of that. Just ban credit cards for everyone. Yeah. Sorry. Ayo. Amal Yender confirmed. Listen here. Okay. But anyway, I really like you as a friend. Oh, my heart. No. Oh, Amalgamyte, please. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Sorry. You guys are too funny. It's hard to make a point when I'm laughing. But shit. At the end of the day, it's just another symptom of how bad the dating scene is with men and women. Well, women should not, be doing OnlyFans. They should not be, prostitutes. Because that's what OnlyFans is at the end of the day. It's just online prostitution. And a lot of the videos is her being fucked by other guys and you just pay for it, which is retarded. I know Pornhub got wiped a few years ago, because people clamored and complained about the rape fantasies, which sucked. But whatever. In that case, but like, that's a woman's problem, okay? Woman most affected that the rape fantasies and non-con and hypno was removed. But basic bitch vanilla porn is still allowed in that case. So and like you can just look it up for free. There's hentai for free. You don't need to pay for porn when it's free. In that case. So it is retarded in that part. I know the whole point is trying to like to actually be able to date her, but like at the same time, are you actually gonna be able to date her when she's an OnlyFans? So like I think every man's like aware of this fact, right? That even like maybe I'm just talking to the wrong demographic here, but I'm over like I see guys paying for OnlyFans and I'm like, she's not gonna date you. She's literally this is the OnlyFans is notorious for being the paid porn website. Like I know it's part of it's a connection too because a lot of these hoes have well managers as we could say that talk to these guys and pretend to be the woman and pretend to listen to them and care. Like that's a good chunk of it too. But like I don't know that we have AI chatbots now to hold that. So have that like connection because once again, all of this is just a symptom of how broken the dating scene is, where a woman can go out and sleep around and be whores, and in this case, make a shit ton of money. So usually the ones that are making a shit ton of money are the ones that are already established, like whoever this bitch is. I don't know who she is, but apparently she was like she's already famous. And that's why she was able to make that much money. Most women don't make shit off OnlyFans. They hear stories like this and think like, oh, I can make good money off of it. In reality, only like the top 0.1% actually make decent livable wage. Not exactly livable wage or get rich off of it. And like the other like top 2% are the ones that make decent wages off of it. So it's not worth it. You're ruining your entire future to be a literal cheap whore by selling your body out, try to get rich quick. And there's so many women doing it, and a lot of women are not actually that attractive too, and it's just absolutely retarded to do so. I know I'm not exactly addressing her point for men not having credit cards in this case, and men policing. In a way, she's technically correct, but I see, I don't know. It's there's definitely men. I do agree that like men should call each other out because we have a problem of a weak men in the hard time scenario here. Um, but I also feel like, well, women are definitely like, a lot of people blame women for the reason why the dating scene is what it is, and it's not actually their fault. It's both men and women are being hurt by the modern society, and thanks to feminism, I do feel like men are the ones that get the shorter end of the stick between the two. Then again, the more women go down this path, the shorter the stick gets for men, and which obviously makes things worse for women in the end. So it's like an endless vicious cycle in that case, and there's really only one way to fix it, and that's of course the voter way out of this, which is highly unfortunate because if men can't get jobs because they're white straight males and they're being replaced by foreign immigrants, and women are going to Jew daycare and are not having kids till they're 30, and they're going to college or just slut factories where they get to sleep around and be useless and go and get into a massive amount of debt for a useless degree, it doesn't actually make a stable society. Like, women should be literally go from their dad's house, the parents' house, to the husband again. We should revert back to that. Women aren't made to be independent, and that would do a lot of that would save a lot. But that's not happening anytime soon, and it's gonna take a huge revert back to how do I phrase this? Let me rephrase this here. Uh, it's gonna cause a lot of damage to revert, seeing that our economy is based off two people, 2-person household working at all times, which is not stable at all. Um, I feel sorry for men and women. Yeah, that's how I am because a lot of people, like I said, it's really easy to blame women for this when in reality it's feminism that caused the problem, and feminism is just communism by making women equal to men and making them horrible faux men. In that case, they're not supposed to be. Women have a different role than men, and forcing them into being into Jew daycare is not the solution. Um, it's actually part of the problem. Then we can, if we want to get even spicier, then we can start questioning who's the one who pushed feminism in the first place. You know, what was it? A certain small hat tribe that did this on purpose? Because once again, it's in their benefit to have women in the workplace. When you have two people, when you double the workforce, you can decrease wages because the demand for jobs exceeds the supply for them, and so you can actually
Is it the
decrease the wages
Jews?
that way,
Is it the
which
Jews?
makes everyone
I'm
poorer in the
assuming it's
end.
always the
And
Jews.
then when women being strong, independent, need to move out of their parents' household and go get an apartment, that increases rent prices because then the demand for apartments goes up. Same for houses in general. When you have the girl bosses being trying to be the CEOs, which fails, but still owning their own houses, that increases the demand for houses instead of having an actual family unit all in one house. There as well. Same with groceries. Same with goods in general. Everything goes up when you literally double the population and demand for what it is, and then just decrease the wages. And now our economy is completely based off of that. So it's not going to be easy to fix it. Um, I thought this was a white pill stream. Okay, if there's white pills after the video, okay? Like, there's gonna be news article topics that are gonna be after the video, there are white pills. And Chew on Head is funny and enjoyable to listen to. So it's like, it could be a nice, easy thing. You know, she doesn't get like super hard into into the politics because she's more entertaining than she is political. Like, she's obviously political, but like she's lightheartedness to a certain degree. There's a reason why she's react slop, okay? It's just I make things depressing because I black pill on the daily basis. Oh. uh, so anyway, thank you, Zeroth Null, for being a merchant for a month. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Shalom. Why is the voice in my head, ho talking? Uh, you've been listening to too many women, and you need to beat women more. That's why. And thank you, Clarky, for the $5 reviews over on Ko-Fi. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen, Amal, I met a cousin last week. I love them so much. We've been best of friends since we were 3. We're talking about kids and now being like a zoo animal. She asked me why that is. Do you think it's from too much sugar in the diet? I can't anymore. I'm done with normal. Oh my god. I mean, sugar being there, how much sugar in their diet is obviously not helping them, but, that's, yeah. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. It's not why kids are zoo animals. It's because they're coming lowest common denominator, which is brownification. And on top of that, the parents are not actually taking care of the kids. They're letting them run amok. But that's another topic that's highly depressing here.
Third OnlyFans 18th birthday announcement, and the woman turns into a millionaire overnight. Someone a little sus about that. But don't worry, thanks to AI, we are entering a new age of goonerism. Honestly, what's the big deal? Men are
I like how they're all Indian men doing this.
already talking to the guys in India who run the accounts of OnlyFans models. Is this really any different? The internet is slowly but surely just becoming Indian men scamming other Indian men. But don't worry, not every internet waifu is a man using AI. In fact, if you live in the UK, you may get a state-funded, far-right, purple-haired waifu. Introducing Pathways, a point-and-click video game created by the UK government to help prevent online radicalization.
Pathways is an educational visual novel and learning experience created by the UK media company Shoutout UK, with funding from UK government's Prevent program run by the Home Office. The game is meant to teach the youth about dangers of radicalization and extremism in both real life and online. This is done by putting the players in a role of a character named Charlie, who must navigate 6 different scenarios relating to extremism. In the second scenario, the player is introduced to the character Amelia, a staunch anti-immigration protester depicted as a goth girl with purple hair, a pink dress, and a choker.
And the internet instantly fell in love with her. It's like they made her have short purple hair thinking that that would prevent this from happening. But the UK failed to consider the fact that conservatives love art hoes. They act like they don't, they'll deny it, they'll pretend they just want a blonde traditional housewife, but deep down every conservative wants a woman who looks like this, who says the N-word. Government-funded video games. Incredible. At least our government doesn't do weird shit like that. No, our—
I mean, I think both are true. I think men both, because the thing is, I forget the actual statistic, but I remember learning in my AP Psych class, or during that time period, that about men find about 80% of women attractive. So roughly along those lines. So most men find most women attractive. In that case, obviously there's gonna be some exceptions, but you know, we hear the jokes about men fucking the 300-pound woman. That happens all the time, right? Like the man will fuck anything that fucking breathes and feels nice at the end of the day. So, and plus with the loneliness epidemic being as bad as it is, guys' standards are really just a woman being nice to them. And I don't really like talking on behalf of men, but every time I do, I ask chat, okay, is this actually true? Just to be sure. So far, it's always been a yes. Well, I'll do the same thing here. You know, chat, is that correct? I know you're men. There's no woman here. Do you just want a woman that looks relatively nice and is nice to you? Yes. Uh, yes. And, yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So far it seems like so far it seems I'm right in this regards for understanding men. 6.5 crazy cooks, not crazy. Yeah, and still kind of picky. Fair enough. I care about her debt profile, honestly. Good luck with that. Every single woman's in debt. um, no, lol. Okay, we got a no in here. I mean, as long as she isn't obese, okay. As long as she's thin. Okay, so it seems like it's a yes also, but then, not being obese, which is understandable. No something ring, no, not obese, white. Um, sometimes they can be too goth. I mean, that's fair enough. Um, woman preferred, breathing optional. Yes, as long as not obese or too old. Yeah, like, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Um, like, I mean, to a certain degree, I do think men should probably raise their standards, but then again, I understand why the standards are so low in the first place, and I'm not exactly in a position to criticize that, in a lot of ways. And so the woman, I mean, once again, I know female standards of beauty are different than male standards of beauty, but the two women that she showed on screen here, maybe I should have done a frame by frame.
Wants a woman who looks like this.
Okay, so that, I mean, I think that woman looks pretty, in my opinion. And then the other woman she popped up, I think she also looks pretty, though I think she's got more makeup in this case. I think it's the lipstick. The lipstick's too much in my opinion, but that's my female opinion, that the lipstick's too much. If she didn't have the lipstick, I think she would look a lot better. But like, she's still pretty here. Like, in that case. So long as she's not fat and is nice, that's basically the male standards these days. Generally, is what I've gathered so far. So, both need less makeup. Understandable in those regards. Though I think, well, at least in the case of the goth, that's a lot of part of the appeal of the goth is the makeup in that case. She actually doesn't have that much. She's wearing eyeshadow. She's wearing mascara. Actually, those are probably fake eyelashes in general. And she's wearing eyeliner. I don't think she's wearing any lipstick, which I don't like lipstick in general. So to me, that's a benefit. She's probably wearing some sort of foundation too. You don't see any blemishes, so she's definitely wearing a decent amount. Versus the other chick was a little bit more caked on. But once again, it's probably the lipstick that gets me. I don't like lipstick. Um, in that case. So, but once again, even without makeup, men usually find women attractive because, yes, they're meant to procreate. They're meant to spread their seed. They're meant to just go out and fuck and have sex and like and have multiple children. And so, as long as she's a mid, right, and mid means average at the end of the day. So that's majority of women are mid. They're average for a reason. That's the definition of average, right? The majority. Uh, she's fine. She's fine. um, so the male standards these days are must be female, optional. Seeing how cat girl robots are in high demand. That's definitely true.
Government funded video games. Incredible. At least our government doesn't do weird shit like that. No, our government is very normal.
Isn't the Biden admin though?
Believe it or not, Mar-a-Lago Furry Party was on my 2026 bingo card.
What?
I miss when this weird
I fully expected the Biden admin. This is the fucking shit that the Biden admin would do. What do you mean it's at Mar-a-Lago? What?
was just done underground. I miss when these parties were secret. Speaking of, the Epstein files were released. Wow. Incredible. The things they are showing us are eerie enough. I couldn't imagine the things that they're redacting. It is absolutely disgusting that these powerful people are still being protected. We as a country should be extremely concerned about an international child trafficking ring. This is not just something we—
Sorry, not the I didn't want to like interrupt her too much, but she switched topics so fast. That was Trump. Okay, I'll let her continue with Epstein. I guess it's sort of kind of connected in a ways, and but
all move from, and we kidnapped the president of Venezuela.
Breaking just now.
Oh, okay. Wow, she's going through these topics like fucking hotcakes here. Though, since more Epstein files did get released today, I will commentate on this because like, she made this video obviously days ago versus without the Epstein update for today. Um uh anyway, so I did see some of the files that were being passed around there. It's I'm gonna have probably a spicy take on this, and I think it's gonna be spicy because I'm being enlightened centrist to stick up my ass. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. Like, it isn't great, right? Don't get me wrong, it isn't great, but it isn't as damning as what a lot of people were expecting based off what it was. And let me explain. So we'll start off with the first one about Trump, because the leftist Twitter has been passing around these images of Trump having these allegations against him, but those are cropped on purpose. And when you look at them, it shows that the FBI dismissed them and the investigators dismissed it because they were not considered credible, and they're anonymous, and there's holes in their story essentially. And so basically the entirety thing shows that Trump was actually innocent, surprisingly. So like I do say surprisingly in that case because it is legitimately surprising to me to a certain degree in that case. And then there's the funny shit like Epstein being banned off Xbox in 2013, which I'm like, okay, how did you get banned off Xbox in 2013? Back in those days, you could say the N-word like crazy and be fine. Like, he had to be like griefing and teabagging and doing like a bunch of like heinous different shit, which I don't even know how bad did he have to be banned off Xbox Live in 2013? uh, uh It's absolutely ridiculous. And then he's also into Yuri, which is not that surprising because men do like lesbians after all. So it's not that surprising, but it's still funny that he was into Yuri. And then Bill Gates, was he the one that got the STD from Russian prostitutes? That happened. That was fucking hilarious actually in that case. Um there were some bad things in there. Don't get me wrong. Like there's mentioning of pizza. There were some mentions of pizza. Like I really like that slice of pizza and like other stuff. And I do remember a I'm not sure how much I can actually talk about this to be honest, because I'm not sure if this is YouTube safe or not. But way back in the day, there was a conspiracy theory called Italian Gate or Zuggates, something along those lines, if you get my drift. And it was covered up pretty fast, and a lot of people like chalked it up to be like a tenfold conspiracy theory, across the board, because it just sounded so ridiculous. And so, but things have come out over the years to definitely show that maybe it's not actually a conspiracy theory. Um. And then with these files mentioning things about pizza and very strange emails, and stuff, it definitely lends more credibility to that. For, in that case. So, that does make me a bit concerned, to say the least. And I feel like there should be a little bit more of an investigation there. It's because I honestly feel like that's probably the most credible one that I've seen so far, is the weird mentioning of pizza in those emails, because yeah. But other than that, I mean, yeah, there were sex parties. Some of the girls were 16, 17 years old, and that is bad, right? Being, taking 16-year-old girls is bad, but at the same time, 16-year-old girls are different than 6-year-olds. In my opinion. So I think everybody can recognize that a 6-year-old is different than a 16-year-old when it comes to sexual acts. So um it's not great, but it's also, so far from what we've seen or what I've seen, it's also not like end of the world. Um so like because maybe I'm coming from the like Vanta black pilled, like I don't, like nothing ever happens kind of camp, because I was all like about this time last year, so I was all for the Epstein files being released. I did multiple streams, advocating for it. I criticized Pam Bondi repeatedly over her handling of the Epstein files, and it pissed me off that they actually weren't releasing it. But I've come to accept the fact that they basically were never going to actually release it. And like, because at the end of the day, right? I think everyone knows. Everyone who's been in the political space has known about the fact that yes, we are being in charge from a pedophile elite class. Maybe they're not actually lizard people, but like, I think it's a well-known fact that they're basically all pedophiles that do heinous things. And it sucks. It's not a good thing. But whenever somebody has that much money and that much power, it's going to lead them to do some dark things to entertain themselves in this case. And it's unfortunate that nothing's actually going to be happening to them, because it would be nice if they actually did get arrested and gotten the death penalty, or at least locked behind bars for, years to come for being, the way that they are. Well, at the end of the day, nothing's gonna happen if we're talking about the richest, most influential people in the world. And so therefore, crying over it is not in the best use of at least my energy, I feel like. When I feel like there are bigger issues that directly affect us more, like mass immigration, be the great replacement, deporting the illegals and the illegals in the United States, repealing the 19th, like all those are stuff definitely more deal and pipe dreams. But I feel like they're more realistic than going after the elite pedophiles. But at least maybe I'm soaking some copium there. Uh in that case. So yeah, I have probably a more middle ground fence stuck up my ass opinion about the Epstein files than either side really actually cares about, cares for. Which I mean, it is what it is. Like that's my opinion, and it is like, and that's how I feel. Hmm. Those bigger issues are easier to do. The richer I feel for the people. Well, true, true. Just because accountability is unlikely doesn't mean it still shouldn't happen. We need to stop moving the goalposts. I mean, yes, but pedophile elites have been a thing throughout the entirety of human history. Like, this is very common throughout the entirety of time. When you look back, that they definitely like teenagers. Well, that's a different story for a different day. And then the worst of the worst, like actual legit children. And that's where I definitely side-eye the pizza aspect of those emails that they were talking about, because those are some weird fucking code words to be using, in that case. But once again, 16-year-old is different than a 6-year-old, and I think we all know that. Okay, 16-year-old still bad for the record, by the way. Not legally 18, bad. But there's a difference. And I think we know that. I'm all gonna get burned at the stake tonight. Well, I'm not that surprised here. Um, We were run by Satan worshippers and they do the child sacrifice is a common thing. Yeah. I mean, the Bohemian Grove that Alex Jones exposed all those years ago. Obviously. Like, it's... I don't know. Maybe I'm being too black-pilled on this thing. Because, obviously, accountability would be nice, right? Actually having these people behind bars would actually be nice. But it's not gonna happen. So... it's not gonna happen. Uh... But deporting people can probably happen. At least I would hope. Might want to remove the white pills from your title. We will get to white pills. It'll just be after the video, okay? It just how we have to get through the video, which I know I'm taking forever to get through. But she's going through topics like every 30 seconds, and it's like, hold on, wait a second. I have an opinion to espouse. I must yap. Here. And speaking of yapping, I know I got behind in some supers, so let me see. Thank you, Gus of the Dorks, for the $10 dose. Thank you. It's true though. Why we do want art hoes that use bad words. Why do you think everyone like goth fluttershy so much? Also Deus Ex. Oh, I agree. I know it's actually true. I'll throw your $10 a Deus Ex here. But I think men just want a woman just to be nice to them. As in general, that's relatively pretty. I thank you, the Malkin, for the $5 dose. Thank you. Keep in mind, this all happened in January. It's now February, and we got new files I ran to look forward to. I mean, technically, these files got released in January. There are more files being released. In this case, I just woke up and saw the files, and I was just like, "Oh, this is happening actually? Interesting." Everyone keeps talking about Iran, but I'm not sure what's happening with Iran. So I'll wake up when wake me up when February ends, I guess. And Iran starts. Dog People Ball was actually a charity event for police dogs and animal outfits. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better if that's true. I'm gonna take your word for it because chat knows more than I do. It's still fucking weird, but if it's just performers, then it is what it is, and it's actually something fun in that case. So I won't criticize them too much for that. Better than what the Biden admin did when he was in charge with their Christmas celebration. That was gross. Oh. Thank you, the Malcontent, for the $2 reduce. Gates banned Epstein for not giving Bill's wife drugs. Okay, see, that's horrible. Those are adults, and that's a whole different story. That's a whole different level of drama with elites, with adults. I just sit there and I think that's horrific, but at the same time, I don't really care in a way. Like it's bad. Like, okay, here's another spicy opinion I'm gonna throw out here, right? And I've had this opinion for as long as I can remember. I don't care if politicians are degenerates. I don't care if they're cheating on their wives. I don't really care if they're committing, like... Okay, let me rephrase that real quick, because that'll definitely give me hot water. Like, that kind of stuff, like, morally, they're bad people in those regards. Because, once again, it's to be expected. Now, I'm not saying it's good, once again. I'm cheating on your wife, bad, okay? We don't need Bill Clinton in here. But, at the same time, every single one of them does that shit. They're all doing drugs, they're all, like they're no sugar in their case. They're all cheating on each other, they're all having massive orgies. They're all doing this stuff, and I thought this was like a well-known fact. Well, at least it should be a well-known fact. I'm sure the Nomaries don't actually pay that much attention for it to be realized. But, they're all doing that regardless. Like, I care more about what they actually do, policy-wise. And now, granted, most of the time they lie in their policies anyways and don't actually do them. But what they do in their private lives, as long as they're not actually, raping children and murdering, I don't care. Which, then again, they're raping children and murdering. So, once again, it's not great. We're not in a great position here, to say the least. We're really not in the best position here. Like, we need to completely wipe the system and then give it 50 to 100 years and it'll revert back to what the wipe. We need like a great cleanse like every like 100 years because this shit happens in like a fucking cycle. We'll have good moral men who fix the system and then by the end of their lifespan it's already corrupt just because that's just how human nature works. We just have to work with the best we can. Try to pick the best people for the job. Pray to God they have the best interests in their hearts and carry on with our lives. So, it sucks. It just fucking sucks. Clarky, thank you for the $2 dues over in Mumble. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just blackpill a lot. I don't have any solutions. A mall is a void. A mall is a void. It draws money into the void. Yes, it's completely true. I do not actually have. Fortunately, I wish I was smart enough to have solutions. But I sit here and feel powerless. Just yell into the void. At the end of the day, the best bet for you, the individual, to do is to work on yourself and your family, your friends, and your local. Because the pedophile elites will always be pedophile elites. It's just how it unfortunately works. But you yourself can go to the gym. You can lose some weight. You can become ripped. Be nice, dad, handsome. You can work on your career. Maybe avoid college as kind of as a scam depending on your degree. You know, help your family out. Reconnect with them. Go to your local church or community center and help out your local community as best as possible. Make friends that way. Change on a more smaller level. Because that's what you can do. You can't really do anything about the pedophile elites. But you can make your life and other people's lives that are actually directly around you better. And that, at the end of the day, is actually the solution at hand. And slowly but surely, if everyone were to take these little baby steps on the local level, then society would change for the better. At least slowly, I'll
Is it the
bet, but
Jews?
still,
Is
surely.
it the Jews?
And that's
I'm
really
assuming
the
it's always the
solution at
Jews.
hand. It's not the easy solution. It's not a quick solution unless you want to vote harder, if you get my drift. But for now, that's something that you can do. So, um, I thank you, Mana Yud Sushai, for the $9.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, don't call me a cynic, but I'm starting to think these blood drinking, Moloch worshipping pedophiles who run our government might not have our best interests in mind. Yeah, I know, right? Miracle. Who? I never would have thought that. Ugh. It's so retarded. But unfortunately, that's the position that we're in, and pretty much always will be. Always will be the position. Here. I thank you, Seymour Plumper Tinkle for the $5 dues. Through the Epstein files, whatever happened to Audie in Fort Knox? See, that's the real question right there. I'm not even like joking. Yeah, thank you for bringing up Fort Knox because that's actually legitimately a concern. We're supposed to be auditing Fort Knox to figure out where our gold was, and it was all the rage for like 3 days, and then all of a sudden it just dropped, never brought up again. Everyone's just memory holds, and I think we all know the reason for that. There's no gold in Fort Knox. We don't have our gold. It's full of cheese, yeah. We're fucked. It's fine. It's fine. This is supposed to be white bills. And then thank you, Barnabas Born, for the $2 videos over on Ko-Fi, but you have a private message, so I will not read it out. But I will respond by saying you are, don't worry about it. 'Tis okay. You're perfectly fine, dude. It's okay. It was, despite, how do I phrase this? Because I know you have a private message here. So I'm like, how do I respond to your message without actually saying your message here? At the end, it was fun. How about that? Despite it all, it's fun. So it's okay. It's okay, don't worry about it. Alright, now let's get back to the video, because we're 10 minutes in, I've been yapping for like 20 minutes. And, yeah.
Maduro, the president says, has been captured.
Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country.
In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night.
First pictures of Nicolas Maduro on the Iwo Jima that he was being transferred on.
Trump voters voted to fix the economy and to afford homes again. They didn't vote to kidnap communists in the middle of the night. Actually, they probably did vote for that.
That'd be funny. It's funny.
Never mind.
The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
Holy shit. This is the most transparent administration in history. They weren't lying. I don't know if it's the Stockholm Syndrome or what, but it's almost refreshing to hear a leader say, yeah, this is about oil. Like, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for just saying it's about oil. Thank you for not pretending it's about saving democracy and just doing imperialism the old-fashioned way. We have such terrible Middle Eastern war fatigue that it was shocking to not hear about how Venezuela is just jealous of our freedoms or some shit. Like, no, it's just for ExxonMobil. Like, okay, carry on.
The US used a powerful mystery weapon that brought Venezuelan soldiers to their knees, bleeding through their nose, and vomiting blood during the daring raid to capture dictator Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we don't have healthcare, this is why. We have invisible laser beams that can make people bleed out their f***ing eyes. Apparently, directed energy weapons are real. The Goy beam is real. Deep state pedophiles are real. Havana syndrome is real. Hell, it's almost like being a conspiracy theorist is just another word for being correct too early. What's next? COVID was fake?
There have been significant developments in the last 5 to 7 years on social, environment, and technology fronts that could help realize My Carbon initiatives for shaping the future towards smart and sustainable cities. COVID-19 was the test of social responsibility. A huge number of unimaginable restrictions for public health were adopted by billions of citizens across the world. There were numerous examples globally of maintaining social distancing, wearing masks, mass vaccinations, and acceptance of contact tracing applications for public health, which demonstrated the core of individual social responsibility.
Oh, sorry, I just owe many people many apologies. Anyway, Venezuela has no—
Okay, to be fair, when it comes to this World Economic Forum admitting that COVID was a test of social responsibility, that article came out in 2022. I did show it on screen because I did cover the World Economic Forum meeting that happened last week. Go check out the VOD if you're interested. That was from 2022. I mean, it still applies, obviously, that they just straight up admit that it's a test of social responsibility and they'll fuck with us on purpose just for government control. But yeah, it still sucks. It still fucking sucks because it was a complete absolute scam. We ruined our economy for nothing. Many people died for nothing. Oh, died alone, I should say. And those that did die didn't actually die of COVID for the most part. A good chunk of those COVID deaths that the CNN death toll had was all about there was one died of a car crash, and they counted as a COVID death, for example, or the actual flu, or people dying of cancer and have weakened immune systems, and then they get COVID and it's counted as a COVID death. A lot of that was actually fake and gay. Not that many people died of legit COVID, and if they did, they were old, or they're very young children with immune problems, which is also very, very rare. So it's mostly just the elderly. So elderly most affected. Wow, what a shock! The elderly are dying. Wow. We literally ruined everything for a cough, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure I had COVID before. I did not actually take the test because I did not care because I knew I wasn't gonna die. I got really sick 1 week. I was sick for basically the whole entire week. I felt like death. It was awful. One of the worst flus I've ever had in my entire life. But I survived. And I went back to work and they're like, well, did you have COVID? And I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, well, did you take a test? And I'm like, no. And he's like, why didn't you take a test? Because I was like, well, I was just sick. I don't care. I knew I wasn't going to die. I wasn't so bad I was going to be hospitalized. It didn't really matter to me. And they're like, well, you should have taken a test. And I was like, well, did I fucking die? I did. I'm fine. It's so stupid. Was it probably COVID? Probably. But it really was just a really bad flu, and I survived. And I definitely did not take the COVID shot because I knew it was a scam. What do you mean a vaccine, quote unquote, that's made in 8 months? Literally called Operation Warp Speed. It's safe. Bypass animal testing, goes straight to humans and mass produced and completely funded by Pfizer and Moderna. And handed out like candy to these governments. Yeah, that sounds safe and effective. That sounds like doesn't have any long-term consequences. Fuck you. I'm not taking that shit. It and now the people are dropping like flies. So many people have died because of the shot. Though of course they won't actually admit that. Or have random heart problems. Different things like that. Who knows what happens with fertility too? There are some. Speaking of conspiracy theorists, or just people who are right before it's okay to say it's okay to be right. There are some rumors and speculations that actually affects fertility, both in men and women. So that's cool. In those cases, so we'll see how that cookie crumbles. So literally we ruin people's lives for years for no reason other than the government just wanted to fuck with us and try to get as much control as possible. Just because. Just because. Oh shit. They thank you, Brandon, for the 50 fucking shekels. Jesus Christ. Sup, Ma? I saw your new book with Arch. Oh my god. Ugh. No, thank you for the 50 shekels. I'm kidding, but still. God damn it. God damn it. Do I show it to the class? I don't really want to show this to the class. I'm content. You know what? Nope, sorry. 50 shekels is a lot, but not enough to show the class what the fuck you're referring to in this case. I'm sorry. Thank you regardless for it. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Candace Lucas McCann, for the $5 reduce. Just slapping the $5 on the table. No chat. Chad move, but so thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You will show it to the class, show it? What? Do it? Fine. Fine, 50 shekels is 50 shekels at the end of the day. Give me a second. Give me a second. I am a cheap whore, unfortunately. Oh my god, there's a second version of it now. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this. There's 2 versions. So for those who don't know, today on today's Archcast, Arch had the author of Trailer Park Elves, which is a lit romance book made for men, because he actually thoroughly enjoyed that book compared to the Milking Farm, which we've been reading the Milking Farm series so far. And a lot of those male-oriented books obviously have harems. Need I say more? Yeah, that's 1. And here's 2. Yeah, anyway, let's go back to Shu.
President, who is going to run Venezuela?
So we are going to run the country.
A few moments later.
Hola, amigos. Yo soy su nuevo presidente, el señor Donaldo J. Trumpo.
Can we maybe just fix our country first? Can we fix our broken infrastructure, our education system? Can we do a little nation building in this nation? Can a bitch get a little regime change in our own country, please? And you know, with modern American nation building comes refugees. So who is gonna take in these Venezuelan refugees? Are we? Only the hot ones, apparently.
United States increasingly issuing work visas to OnlyFans models based on level of audience reach, according to the Financial Times.
Imagine being an immigrant from like some poor country, working your ass off to get a work visa in the United States, when all you had to do was bend over and show hole. Big booty Latinas to the front, tortas to the back. Anyway, nana boo boo, my president can kidnap your president. We're invincible. We can regime change anyone we want. Who's next? Canada, Greenland, Cuba? Cuba's literacy rates are higher than ours. Maybe they should come liberate our dumbasses. Kids are swiping on books. But f it, the Don.
Okay, Shu. I know why you're not doing this because you're making this YouTube safe. But can't we have a demographic breakdown over those kids swiping on books and literacy rates, please? Just curious what the color swatch ends up being.
Monroe Doctrine, baby. Let's go. America is back. Dick Cheney is looking up at us smiling.
You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship. Their days are numbered.
Trump, listen to me. Wait, Trump doesn't watch this shit. Vance, listen to me. Get people like Lindsey Graham far away from anyone in power right now. This little Venezuela stunt was cute, but we are not touching any other country. We are not touching the Middle East, especially. No more Middle East.
Iran.
We all have Middle East fatigue. We are done. This whole thing really put into perspective just how weird it was that we were there like for 20 years. You mean we could have just been in and out in a few hours? I guess those poppy fields couldn't maintain themselves though. Anyway.
I am surprised you didn't mention Iran. Like, I don't really know anything about it. I just know chat keeps on bringing it up that, like, something's gonna be happening with Iran. So, like, we're very clearly not done with the Middle East.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me. But did you forget to check in with Lilith, the barista from Bushwick, and see how she feels about this?
Trump said the United States will be running Venezuela! Woo! A colony! Woo! Imperialism! All for what? So a fucking multinational corporation can get profit!
You know what's funny is...
Would you tap that, chat? Let's say hypothetically. Hypothetically, she gets rid of the nose ring. Is that the goth girlfriend that you want? It grips like a retard. Nope, nope, nope. God, no. I can't fix her. I don't know. If you dig her down hard enough, he might be able to.
You know what's funny is I basically said the exact same thing this person said, but I said it less loudly. She has a nose ring and I don't, so I'm right and she's wrong. End of story. I guess this is just what happens when you dismantle the soft power of things like USAID. We're no longer doing secret regime change operations behind the scenes. Now we're just straight up kidnapping other world leaders in the dead of night and just saying it's about oil, which honestly kind of makes me believe it's not about oil. They're never that blatant, right? I mean, what could it be? Like, Israel isn't behind this one, right?
Oh, it is.
The implications here are really great for the Venezuelan people.
Oh, God damn it. You know, people say I have Israel derangement syndrome, but I'm sorry, I can't help it when they get on TV and say shit like this.
No, it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control social media.
Yeah, should do that.
Try explaining that to someone without showing them the video. Go ahead. Yeah, there's a Jewish...
Okay, Sue is getting spicy. She's definitely testing the waters here for, what is YouTube safe, and I'm not complaining at all. I am not complaining at all, because, it's nice seeing someone bigger than me actually talk about this stuff. So, there are a lot of people that, like, I like, obviously there's some debate at the beginning about Shu being enlightened centrist about different things. Once again, I feel like she's not an enlightened centrist. Like, she definitely has some views that are still a little bit normie, safe, and milquetoast, at least how she packaged them. But, come on now. Come on. I know anti-Semitism is a little bit more mainstream because both the left and the right hate them for different reasons. But it seems like she hates them for the right reasons, not the left reasons. So, you know, I'm not saying she's, like, based, because women can't be based at the end of the day. Well, I do think people don't give her enough credit where credit is due, when it comes to different things. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, hell. Oh my god. Um. Thank you, American Heathen, for the 100 shekels. Here. uh, with the message being bzzz. Okay, okay, so, yeah. Well, for those who missed the beginning of the stream, the shot color will be saved for only fun game streams and like members only streams and like special events, different things like that. Not for like the political streams like tonight. However, 100 shekels still 100 shekels. And if you missed the first part of the stream, I understand the confusion. So I will shock myself. Give me a second, I gotta put it on. Here. It's the least I can do for this stuff, but that is the new rule. Dot colors being saved for games and other fun events because it's a little bit too deterrent for me to wear constantly. Okay, it's a nice little fun gag. Nice little fun gag, but at the end of the day, it's a little bit too much. Too much for me. Get a shot color asset so people can see when it's actually on. Ooh, that's a good idea. Hold on, let me write that down. So I can forget about it. Shot color asset. Shot color. Actually, was that more deterrent then? Because then you actually see it on my model? Because, like, it would be, like, around my neck. Wouldn't it? But, like, it would at least be a good way to say if people if it's on or not. I'll have to think about this. I'll still write it down, that way I can actually think about what to do. For future reference. And forget about it here. So. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second here. 3, 2, 1. Fuck. Maybe it's a green/red lamp. Maybe that's not a bad idea. It needs to be obvious enough so people kind of know what it is, to a certain degree. But I don't want it to be like super obvious. I know some people may see they mentioned there's like put it on my horns. Not a bad idea. I'll have to think about it here. I'll have to think about it. That wasn't a hot grunt. I'm sorry. It's not pleasant being shocked here. So, thank you, Slop My Smurf, for $20 reviews. Thank you. You guys have been really generous tonight. I know half of that is because of the shot color, but like, still, regardless of the shot color, you guys have been really nice tonight. This is making me uncomfortable. Stop this. She had a kid, and now she doesn't want all swapped out with new players. I mean, it sounds okay. Maybe I'm misreading it. It sounds like you're saying this like negatively in a way, but like it's technically true. Actually, like it's a well-known fact that as people age and have kids, they do become more conservative because they have skin in the game. They have a long-term investment beyond themselves. They have to think about the future, and they have to care about their kids. And so women and men do become more conservative once they get married and have kids because it actually reframes how they think. And so they go more traditional family values. And that's exactly what happened with you. And you know, you can say it's a bad thing, but I say it's a good thing. Just because like it shows that yeah, it does change a bit. I still think the core of her beliefs are roughly the same as they were 10 years ago. It's just that she is noticing a bit more and more frustrated with a certain thing. Though I also am aware that, you know, she makes her videos very entertaining. Like I see Shu as more as a funny political commentator than an actual serious political commentator. Which is one of the reasons why I do like her so much, because she does take the horribleness of the world and make it funny. I don't. So it's nice. Um in those cases. And also, and she does make herself like more YouTube normie safe. So who knows what her actual political opinions are behind closed doors? I mean, obviously her tweets are one thing, but you know, she's not super active on Twitter either, and she's also busy with a kid. So, uh, I think you slapped my smurf with a $2 videos. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say GR in chat. I've noticed it too. The fuck's GR mean? I don't know what GR means. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Like if it's censorship in chat, that's on YouTube's side, because I always make sure all my chats are minimally moderated as possible. At the end of the day, great replacement. Oh, really? Hold on, really? Well, I mean, I can't say that surprised. YouTube doesn't like conspiracy theories. They technically still have code policies, by the way. Fun fact about it. I used to have a notebook over on that had all the TOSs for Twitch and YouTube, so I could figure out what I could and couldn't say when I started streaming. And technically it still exists for YouTube. They don't like it. Yeah, here's my Twitch TOS and YouTube TOS list I found there. But of course YouTube has double standards, so how they apply is a different story. Okay, so before we continue with the video, we're halfway through, chat. We started this video an hour ago and we're only halfway through. But I am the piss princess, and so therefore I do need to pee. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm a quick pisser, and then we'll continue. I'm back. Let's continue.
Billionaire named Shlomo who wants to control the internet. Like, okay man, you're in too deep. No more Instagram reels for you. Anyway, you should have just let us play video games. Now we're perp walking the president of Venezuela down the streets of New York City. But hey, leftists, just think of it this way. By bombing and kidnapping, instead of just doing the usual covert psyops, we saved maybe, what? $1 billion? $1 billion that could go to other, more important things, like defense contractor stock buybacks and empty Somalian daycares, apparently.
Ooh. This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video. Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Oh my god, that scene in framing is insane. MAGA YouTuber. I don't think Shirley's ever came out in support of Trump that I'm aware of. Not like I'm a big fan of his, but I don't think I've ever seen that from him before. Which, based off what he makes his videos of, he's probably actually conservative. You can infer that, but still. MAGA YouTuber and locked doors and bothering people and alleging fraud here. Holy fuck. Now, it's seen into is completely expected, right? They obviously are biased, right? And I have my own bias too, if that wasn't apparent. But fucking hell.
Is it blacked out doors? They can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
It's not like Nick Shirley was the first person to expose this either, but now it exploded. And the fallout has been bizarre, to say the least. The funniest part had to be when the infamous Luring Center claimed to have been broken into the night this all went viral.
Unfortunately, we saw that there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone.
That guy, by the way, has like $100 some glasses, like hundreds of dollars. I forget how much how expensive those are. But those are designer glasses that he's wearing there. Fun fact. Anyways,
there were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news.
Oh no, somebody broke into the daycare and stole all the paperwork we needed to prove we are a legit operation. Please ignore my suspicious exact paperwork we need to prove we are a legit operation shaped belly. Listen, no hate to the Somalians, but when my family came here 100 years ago, we did organized crime the right way. We would have had tin walls and cement shoes at the bottom of Lake Superior. This is just sad. This is cartoonishly pathetic. Listen, nobody is gonna want to support government programs if they think it's all going to like this. If you want—
well, I will throw hate to the Somalians. They have 68 IQ. They are not smart enough. The ones that they throw to the interview are the ones that are the smarter ones. And keep in mind, when you put in the standard deviation, that only puts them like what, roughly around 75? Okay? They are technically below mental retardation for their average IQ. It is bad. There. So, yeah, I will throw hate the Somalians. They shouldn't be here. Get them deported immediately at the bare fucking minimum. Okay, deportation is the moderate solution. I don't want them here. Get them out. Get them out. Okay, so fucking hell. And yeah, and she's correct. I do not want to support government programs. I'm completely against welfare. Now, there are arguments for the socialism, as she talked about in her last video, or the video before that, I should say, because I don't react to every single shoe video, only the ones that interest me. And in that case, that I would be more supportive, but the requirement for that is a homogeneous society where we are 95% whites plus at the bare minimum, okay? That's not happening, especially in America, and it's not happening anytime soon in those cases. So until that happens, I want every single welfare program stripped away. Anyways.
People to support a welfare state, you have to make sure that welfare is actually going to real things that help real people. Listen, it's already hard enough to convince a right-wing audience that there's more to leftism than Reddit and butt sex. Now I have to convince them the wealth redistribution I advocate for isn't all going to Somalian welfare pirates. Thanks. That money should be spent on more important things like New Gaza. That's right, the World Economic Forum and Jared Kushner are proud to present New Gaza. Yes, the demolition project is finally complete, folks. Time to build a sweet green and a f***ing Deloitte branch on top of the bodies of thousands of dead children. Hell is not hot enough, ladies and gentlemen. Hell is not hot enough. Anyway, because of all this fraud stuff, Tim Walz is stepping down, which is sad to see because he has to be one of my favorite characters in modern America lore. The first white male DEI hire, the last white dude for Kamala Harris, a dying breed. But hey, maybe this marks an official end to the Kamala Harris era, and we can move on and focus on rebuilding the Democratic Party to something more—
Harris stepping toward another White House run.
No. We are not doing this. No. I swear to God, the Democratic Party is like an old friend addicted to heroin or something. You want to help them, you do everything you can to help them, but they don't listen. They keep doing stupid f***ing things and hurting themselves. But you just can't give up on them. You can't. You want to see them get better. You know deep down, they could be how they used to be. But it's hopeless. And all your other friends keep saying to you, just forget them. Just forget them, it's not worth it. Come hang out with us instead. But those friends are on crack. Those friends are on crack cocaine. But this Minneapolis fraud thing is looking pretty bad for Tim Walz and the Democrats. People aren't just gonna—
Okay, so to the person who super chatted ages ago about her keep on voting blue, My apologies for my goldfish memory, because thanks to her little rant here, I remember what you're referring to in this case. I remember the video of her trying to give solutions to the Democrats on how to fix their party, because she still wants to support them in some way, shape, or form. Which is retarded. Absolutely fucking retarded. Now, I get where she's coming from, where both sides fucking suck, because both parties do suck. But I'm not gonna vote for the Democrats because I'm not an accelerationist. A party that actively talks about how much they hate me and want me dead on a regular basis. While the Republicans, while they hate me and want me dead, they at least pretend to be on my side. Which you can make an argument that it's worse because they're lying to me. But at least they're putting in some policies in place, like what Trump's doing with the deportations, to make things at least a little bit better. It depends on if you go with like Trump version of things, like Trump side of the Republicans, or the rhinos. And even then, Trump's not far enough. Like, he's not far right enough, in my opinion. Not by a fucking long shot. I wish he was a dictator that the left thinks that he was, but I pray to God. But alas, he is not. I do think there's a difference there. Democrats as a whole, completely rotten to the core. Like, the DNC is ran by the fucking Clinton campaign, and Act Blue. I guess George Soros is on both sides, technically, but mostly the Democrats. Black Lives Matter, ESG galore, all that fun stuff. Like, they are a million times worse. Are Republicans great? No, they got APEC, though APEC technically just funds Democrats too, once again. Like, it's both sides suck, but it's like going back to the lesser of two evils. Trying to help the Democrats is a lost cause, and I know she's just making a joke here, but trying to still support the Democrats in 2026 is actively suicidal. Actively suicidal. So, in this case. And with ours, we sometimes get good policies. Yeah, it highly depends on the Republican and what position of power that they're in. Trump being president is still better than Kamala by a million miles, okay? By a million miles, he is better than Kamala. He's still not, but because things would get actively worse under her. He's just putting a band-aid on an open wound. She would absolutely rip the wound open and completely dismember America if she was in power. So, yeah.
Forget about this, and an ICE officer just shot a woman in the face in Minneapolis.
You can hear the agents tell the woman to get out of the car and approach the SUV. The woman then drives forward. That's when the shots are fired, the car crashing.
As I was writing this video, an innocent woman was picking her kids up from school when an ICE officer jumped in front of her car and randomly shot her in the face. Or an angry protester was blocking the road and tried to run over an ICE officer with her car, so he shot in self-defense. Depends on how you look at it. Depends on how you voted, apparently. The way I see it, this woman was not trying to hit him. She was not trying to run him over. I think she was trying to drive away.
What?
And in an alternate universe, he dodges the car and she drives away. And it's easy to be like, oh, in hindsight, he should have done this, he should have done that. That's like so much of the discourse right now I'm seeing is just in hindsight this, in hindsight that. And it's easy for us to say in hindsight, you know, after the fact. It's easy to say he could have, he should have, but all he saw was a car revving up and going towards him. This has been one of the most insane political Rorschach tests I've ever seen in my life. It really all comes down to—
Okay, hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold on. Wait a second. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. So, before I criticize her, she is correct. It's very much divided on red versus blue lines when it comes to Renee Good in particular. Not Alex Pretty, that's a different story in that case. Yes, that is true. Depending on who you voted, it depends on what you saw in the video. 100%. Completely different realities in that case. It is correct by the Rorschach text reference there. Where she is wrong, and this is absolutely retarded, is that I'm not sure. Okay, she had to make this video recently, like within this past fucking week. Renee Good's story has been done. We moved on to Alex Pretty. Like, and Alex Pretty's moved on. We're now waiting for the next person to be retarded again. Like, we have all the evidence to show that Renee Good was actively trying to kill that ICE officer. Or I should say, actively trying to hit him. A car is a deadly weapon, so by hitting him, she could have killed him. But technically, she just wanted to hit him. We have the officer's angle, where he's right in front of the car. She looks directly at him. She smiles at him, and her lesbian wife was yelling her, "Drive, baby, drive." He literally gets hit. You can see him being stumbling to the ground there and having to catch himself. And he had internal bleeding that has been confirmed. Confirmed. Everything, and if you watch the slowing down of the video, you can see her turning her wheels and them spinning and like supposedly directing at him. Everything she did there was on purpose to hit him. And she didn't care about the consequences in the moment with the adrenaline rush. Because she knew she was going to be arrested because she was harassing ICE agents all day because she's part of the ICE Watch groups. She's a literal domestic terrorist because she's part of these ICE Watch groups. They have pages upon pages of documents talking about how to go into the legal gray area to disrupt ICE and impede their investigations, and to use code names and watch what they say in group chats, so in case they get arrested, they can't be used against them in court. They are actively doing multiple illegal things on so many levels, and her wife were working together and doing what was considered the safer version of impeding ICE by blocking the road. She committed so many crimes in that one day, even before she hit the officer, but she purposely did. This is retarded shit. I love you. I've been a long-term fan, and it is what it is at the end of the day, but holy fuck. Why do you have this opinion? Like, I get some crazy rabid leftists having this because they're going to protect their, like, that's the great thing about the left is that they never capitulate. They always protect their own when they do stuff like this. I mean, they eat their own all the time if they break the whole DEI framework of things, if they go against the Church of Woke. But when it comes to political actions like this, when they're rioting and driving into officers, they 100% protect them like, to the T, because they were martyred for the cause in that case. That's the issue. If she brought up Alex Pretty, I would be more understandable for her position, because like she is correct, hindsight is 20/20 vision. It's easy in the comfort of our chairs to go through the videos frame by frame, slow down multiple angles compared to what the ICE officer did. ICE officers have to deal with in these moments when they're dealing with this stuff. But even Alex Pretty's shooting was justified too, because officers had literally 4 seconds between finding the gun, the gun misfiring, and then trying to decide life or death if where the gun was coming from in that case, because there's a whole mess there. Renee Good is a very clear and cut case. She was intentionally trying to hit the ICE officer with a deadly weapon, because that's what a car is. Oh. Okay. Okay, sorry. Rant over. We'll continue the video. I love you, you're retarded. Because you're technically correct, but wrong at the same time.
To how you view ICE and police officers in general. Many, not all, leftists view ICE as completely illegitimate. Same with the police, they want to abolish both. So you're not going to get a real unbiased conversation with those people. Because why the f should a protester respect ICE in the first place? And many, not all, conservatives tend to be complete and utter fucking bootlickers. Completely unable to criticize anything the police do. ICE can do no wrong. Don't tread on me becomes tread harder, daddy, real fast. This is extremely aggravating discourse, and you
Oh my god! Okay. I saw somebody said that it gets worse. I wasn't expecting it to get worse within 5 seconds. Holy shit. Okay, I am not a big fan of the government. I have been heavily critical about the Trump administration for the past, 8 months now. I was super supportive when he won the presidency. I had a whole, celebration election stream. The first few months, I was super happy with things that were going. But then as things started getting worse and worse and worse, I was criticizing him more and more and more. Because at the end of the day, like I said, Trump's not far right enough in my opinion. We have half the country needs to be deported. I am not being hyperbolic here. If you actually do the math, because I am against legal immigration, as well as illegal, I'm against both, half the country needs to be deported. you have about 75 to 100 million illegals here, because the number of 12 million has been repeated for decades now, even before the Biden wave came into place. So that has to be wrong on some sort of levels. We already know there's plenty of immigration scams and lawyers in place to help these people get green cards and citizenship and social security. They have, instead of social security, they also have something called ITN. Sorry, that's the wrong acronym there. ITIN. There we go. Numbers instead for their businesses and jobs as well. It's their version of social security. And the cases where they're not actually like citizens, but they're also citizens at the same time, it's a weird fucking gray area in those cases. We know there are these visa scams where somebody gets legal citizenship and then they help bring people over, and then help them get their citizenship that way. We know about remittances that go back to the home country. We know that there's literally the Trump administration admitted last summer there's 55 million people on visas. So if we add the 75 to 100 million people that are here illegally, and that includes the ones that are technically legals but not really because they scan the system, well, and then the ones that are on visas, and then maybe like the Somalians that came here illegally due to Christian charities as well, or like Haitians in Ohio, once again Christian charities. Again, all these foreigners that don't belong here, you're talking about half the country needs to be deported. And even if you're not as extreme as I am when it comes to illegal immigration, let's say you are believing the numbers that they're like, let's say 25 million people here illegally, like way on the lower end for different things. You're not going to be able to deport these people easily. They are here illegally for a reason, right? They broke a serious federal crime. Most of these people commit other heinous crimes like rape, murder, drugs, sex trafficking, etc., like that. In some way, shape, or form. We're not talking about great people just in general here. They're going to be resistant and we're going to be violent. And then you have half the country, or half the actual citizens of the country, I should say, being violent leftists who I've already talked about ICE Watch 10 minutes ago, actively impeding these ICE investigations, having these whistles, following ICE agents around, blocking roads, going into hotels and raiding them and breaking them and being violent, having pots and pans and loud music to stop the ICE officers from getting much sleep. Basically making ICE officers' life absolutely miserable on purpose to make sure they can make as much fuck up as possible so things like this happen. It's not going to be pretty to deport even 25 million people when you have them already resisting arrest and trying to run away, and then by violent leftists and thousands, because one of the things about those single chat leaks that came out was that each single chat group only holds about 1,000 people, and they get filled instantly. And there was different zones in Minneapolis, so if there's a single chat for every single zone, and there were 7 zones, plus they have WhatsApp groups that they talked about as well in those single chat leaks. On top of that, you're talking about 7 to 10,000 people in Minneapolis alone that are actively trying to impede ICE. You do not think that this is not going to go down well? It's not going to be pretty? It's a fucking miracle. There hasn't been more happy accidents occurring here. Or I should say, accidents happening. It's a fucking miracle there's no more Renee Goods and Alex Pretties that are occurring. For what the ICE officers have to deal with on a literal daily basis for weeks now. In this case. Now, once again, I'm not a big fan of the government, but I understand that power is all that matters. And we have to utilize the power that we have while we have it, because unfortunately we live in a democracy. And use ICE, because it's the tool of the government that we have, along with border control and all the, the other federal agencies, to get rid of these people. Because how else are we supposed to? Especially when Tim Walz is ordering the National Guard and the police do not work with the ICE in general, which is also part of the problem, because police are trained to deal with riots. Police are trained to deal with protests. They're trained to deal with people on the ground. ICE isn't. ICE is only trained to throw people in body bags and throw them over the border. They're not meant to deal with actual civilians. They're meant to deal with hardened criminals, these illegals. And so when you don't have the police and National Guard working with them because Walz is being treasonous, and a slimy fucking piece of shit, then yeah, you're going to have these. So once again, it's a fucking miracle that 2 more people haven't died in the process of been seriously injured. Like, this is such a retarded take in this case. Like, I'm sorry, Shu. Because, like I said, I've been a fan of her for a long time. And like I said way before the beginning of the video, I'm not going to agree with her on everything. But this is insufferable. Like, yes, I'm biased. I'm clearly on the right. Some would argue far right. Some would call me center right. I don't really care. I'm on the right, obviously. I have my bias here. But my bias is wanting my country to be for Americans. Somalians should go back to Somalia. That's why they're called Somalians. There should be no such thing as a hyphenated American. There should not be Mexican Americans. There should be Haitian Americans. There should not be whatever the fuck Americans. They literally call it that because they have their own origin in the country. And it's genetic. Like, that's where they belong. Send them back. They don't belong here. So it's just like, this is insufferable with it. And unfortunately, you do need the government to get rid of this because the local people aren't going to do it. Because that's vigilantism, and vigilantism is illegal and bad. So what are we supposed to do? Sit here and twiddle our fucking thumbs? Yell into the void of the internet even more? Like, what the fuck? Sorry, this actually legit pisses me off in this case. I have this take of hers. This is literally like,
You should be questioning anyone who takes a really firm, hard stance either way and like can't fathom how the other side is seeing what they are seeing. The first episode of my old Hellworld series was actually all about police brutality. It was all about police brutality towards innocent protesters. I was a little more ACAB-y back then. I was a little more libbed the f*** out back then. But hey, to be fair to me,
I mean, she was hanging around Bosch
back then, that is what happens when you live in the sheltered suburbs of Long Island in your parents' basement versus having a kid and living in the city for 4 years. The police are a taxpayer-funded HR department for structural violence. They exist solely to protect the rights of private property. Yeah, we need more police. Police are good. Police are great. Give the police more guns. More guns. Give them more guns. Tanks. Tanks, even. My overall opinion is still basically the same. I'm very critical of the
I know she's just making a joke, and so I shouldn't take it seriously, but that's essentially the point I just ranted about for like 10 minutes there.
Police. I am very pro First Amendment. Protesting is a fundamental American right, and we can't just go around labeling protesters domestic terrorists. That is an insane, slippery slope. And if you support that, I promise you it will come back to bite you in the ass. So good luck in 2028 when President Newsom knocks you up. Whoa, knocks you up. Whoa, what's going on here? Good luck in 2028 when President Newsom locks you up for protesting against mandatory forced feminization or whatever the f it is Democrats.
And they're going to, that's the thing, Shu. They're going to do that regardless. The left has been open and honest for years now that they're going to use power to the full extent to criticize and to go after the right as best as they can. How many charges did they slap onto Trump when Biden was in power? What happened to the January 6ers? Like, well, we need to just, we don't have to look that far back in the past to see what Biden did when he was in power. Granted, he wasn't him in power, to be fair, but it was his administration. We already, and the left already is talking about on Twitter and Blue Sky and everywhere, talking about how they can't wait to get back in power again to completely ruin the Trump administration and everybody voted for him. They're going to do this regardless. And so, the only thing that matters in the day is power. And unfortunately, I want my side to have the power, because I believe my side is right, because the left thinks they're the ones right, and I disagree with them, and they're more than willing to utilize it. Does it suck that we've gotten to this point? Yes. I would love to have a proper democracy, because it sounds great on paper, right? I love to have these gentlemen's agreements where we both, agree with the rule of law. We don't go after each other. Obviously, we have different ideas for how things should go down, but we talk, we debate, we compromise. We don't get, frothing at the mouth wanting to kill each other for our different political beliefs. I would fucking love that. But, Shu, you've been around since Gamergate. You've seen how radical and violent these leftists have been throughout at least the past 10 years. You saw Antifa. You saw Chaz in Seattle. You saw the George Floyd riots, which it seems like you were supporting of that to a certain degree. Not the actual riots themselves, but George Floyd died of an overdose. And Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong. In that case. So, you saw all this go down. It's the left has been violent this entire time. It's the only reason why the right has it is because they are scared of power. They are scared of the consequences. They want to still have the gentleman's agreement. They still want to have the debates like Charlie Kirk did. But then Charlie Kirk got fucking shot. So here we are, 10 years later, 10 plus years later, and now the right's finally waking up to the fact that we have to do something for ourselves and defend ourselves. The right doesn't have 55 NGOs in Minneapolis to defend writers there, because that's what the left does. There are at least 55 NGOs and lawyers in Minneapolis that work together with the rioters and protesters to get them out of bail if they get arrested. We don't have that on the right. We don't have George Soros funding things. Elon tweets and tweets and tweets and tweets about the white great replacement, what's happening in Britain, but he's not funding anything himself. He's not trying to make his own groups for these different things. And then in that case, like, what are we supposed to do? Turn to the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro? Disgusting. Turning Point USA was good for the youth, but once again they shot Charlie Kirk. And it's mostly for just youth turning the conservatives, not actual activism like what the left does. The right doesn't have any of these things, because if they dared to try, they'd be psyoped. Which is why it's a joke that every single right-wing group is a psyop. It's why I joke about all the time that I'm a honeypot, a Mossad agent, because this is absolutely absurd. We all know that it's immediately infiltrated for these cases, because we're not allowed to actually stand up and defend ourselves, and the right also refuses to do so. Because the left is the one that's violent. And I'm at the point, and it's taken me so long to get to this point, but I finally have, all these years later, to just wake up and realize, yes, my guy needs to be the one in power. And that's all that matters. Does it suck? Yes. But my guy's the one that needs to be in power, because the left has made it blatantly obvious for 10 years at the bare minimum. They've only been at this longer, technically, but we're going based off people's recent memories, that they're going to do it regardless. So, I don't care. I literally don't care. I literally do not give a fuck anymore. Because, what else am I supposed to do? Ugh. My team good, your team bad. Yes, I hate the fact that we have gotten to such tribalistic points where it's literally my team good, your team bad. I do not like it. It is very infantile. And I feel basic. Like, I know I support tribalism for, white solidarity and certain things like that. But to boil it down to my team good, your team bad just feels so childish. But at the end of the day, that's literally what it is. And it sucks. But the left has been understanding this for longer than I've been alive. And look how much progress they've made. Look how much they've ruined society since the end of World War II. And, well, are we better? Are we better off now? Are we happy? Women are on SSRIs like fucking candy. They're the most oppressed they've ever been. Men have super high fucking suicide rates. Nobody's dating. Nobody's having kids. Nobody can afford anything. Everyone's deeply unhappy. And we all recognize the fact that the country's going to shit. I don't think we're better off.
What do they do? Nothing. They do nothing. I don't fucking know. I left this joke blank. Something pronouns. Like, God forbid the state ever turns me into Swiss cheese and the president's like, she was a radical leftist lunatic. The people called her Kami Mommy. Can you believe that, folks? Kami Mommy. Sad. And some people were like straight up mocking this woman, celebrating it. And then when people were like, what the fuck? They were like, well, you got Charlie Kirk, so now we got one of your guys. Is that what we're doing now? We're just gonna keep killing each other back and forth? Is that what this is now? Like some kind of...
We are in a lukewarm civil war. We have been in a lukewarm civil war for a long time. Not to sound like the Beanie Man, Tim Pool. But what do you think the culture war was? It's a civil war for the culture and who has power in charge. And the left won because they understood power and they had the backing for it. The left has been increasingly violent with each passing year. 2017, there were Republicans being shot at a baseball game. Thankfully, none of them died, but a few were injured. How many leftist examples of violence do I need to go through here?
Civil War. Who gets me in the national divorce? Hell yeah, 2 Christmases. Like, you agreed with me when I was upset about the reactions people had about Charlie Kirk, and then you're over here like, boo-hoo, she was a stupid libtard. Honestly, some of you just don't have morals. You have, like, temporary weapons you can use to bludgeon people you don't like when you have the chance. You and all the people who mock Charlie Kirk are all going in the pit, and you can come out when you learn how to be normal. In my opinion, a lot of focus on illegal immigration should go to the employers employing illegal immigrants for cheaper scab labor. I feel like that's really important, and, like, we're not doing that. It's kind of interesting that the government is—
She's got a good point there. Which I will, since I've been heavily critical of her for the past like 20 minutes now, she is correct. Going after individual ones is not the solution. You're not going to actually deport them all at once. You have to get rid of the incentives. You have to go after the employers. You have to get rid of the welfare. You have to go into their enclaves and round them all up that way all at once. All at once. Do it Bukele style. Find those tattoos and round them all up. There are many ways to do this effectively, and the Trump administration is not doing this on purpose. So, but, and which is sucks, but at least it's still better than Kamala, because she would just invite more people in. Still better than nothing, once again, but yes, she's correct. Oh, thank you, Lord Rexworth, for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Lord Rexworth. Mods, if you could shout them out in the Rumble chat, that'd be greatly appreciated. We're reacting to a nice shoe slop on getting very, very angry because unfortunately she's a woman and she's got woman takes. In these cases. So, but I hope you had a nice time. Hope you had a nice time.
focus so hard on immigration right now, but like apparently hasn't made any like real actual legislative change to the laws of immigration. Dragging Jose at a Home Depot might work for now, but they have to be working on something more substantial, right?
Yes.
Well, Palantir, the company named after the evil crystal ball in Lord of the Rings, right, is apparently working on a new tool for ICE. And what does it do? Oh, nothing really. Just creates a map of deportation targets, pulls up a dossier on them, and assigns them a confidence score. Because if there's one thing we can trust, it's a private Silicon Valley tech company's algorithm deciding who gets disappeared. Every single surveillance tool starts by simply protecting us. It's only gonna affect the baddies. But who are the baddies? Today it's illegal immigrants, tomorrow it's furries, next week it's people who are into feet, and before you know it, it's fans of VTubers. You know, on second thought, I don't buy into
It's over, chat. It's too over. We're next. We're next.
The propaganda that simply enforcing border security, something every developed country has, is akin to Nazi Germany. Sorry, I don't. Build a wall? Hitler. Deport illegal immigrants? Hitler. Just kick out the criminal ones at least? Hitler. Like, there's no other option besides open borders that is acceptable to some people, and I don't get that. What I do get, however, is that people don't want to live under a Palantir police state, where people can't even film ICE agents without getting put on some kind of f***ing list. I feel like there has to be some kind of normal, sane option besides total free-for-all, globo-homo versus Peter Thiel, nightmare tech bro dystopia. Like, how is it not possible to just, like, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal. But hey, it's cool the DHS created a portal where you can see all the people they have been deporting. One guy was deported back to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore. We sent that motherfucker back in time. Listen, what happened to Renee Good was a tragedy. It was terrible.
Okay, so to address the Palantir argument here, I actually agree with her to a certain extent. Once again, I'm not a big fan of the government. I'm pretty claustrophobic. I don't like robots. I accept AI as the future, but I'm not exactly a big fan of AI just in general. It's fun for memes, but I don't exactly want it controlling my life, like I'm using it. Right? I don't really want a technocratic hellhole. I don't like the government tracking me at all. I am well aware that the iPhone that I'm using to track my facial movements also includes the government watching me as I'm fucking speaking. I am aware of all that stuff, and it doesn't make me happy. And I don't like Palantir. It's lost in the void, but I did a stream about Palantir and a video about it, and I was heavily critical of it, and it's also ran by Tiny Hats as well. it does not make me happy that Palantir exists and the government's using it at all. However, we do need to deport, once again, a lot of people. And while I don't trust the database, I do agree that more than likely it will be used against people. The Trump administration made it very clear they're not exactly fans of anti-Semitism. And as much as I don't like the left, and right now they're using the anti-Semitism thing to beat the left, I'm aware it will eventually go back to the right, and that's highly unfortunate. And but at the same time, I have to sit here and I'm like, as much as I hate this, my highest priority at this moment is just to deport as many people as possible. That's really it. Also repeal the 19th. But I'm at the point where I really dislike immigrants. I really hate fucking immigrants. I really do. And in fact, actually, fun little fact, the other day, my dad got sideswiped going into work because, guess what? Guess what, chat? A foreigner who didn't speak English ran a red light. Now, thankfully, he's okay. His car, not so much. But it has to be turned into insurance. And all that fun stuff. Which is, it's not like it's totaled or anything like that. But still, like I said, thankfully my dad's actually okay. But he was a foreigner who ran a red light, sideswiped my dad because he was changing lanes in the intersection, which is technically illegal, by the way. And yeah, so that was cool. That was great. I heard he told me that story, and let's just say I thought I already hated immigrants, but then all of a sudden I started hating them more. You don't need to be able to read the sea red. Exactly, but like, not like they care. Not like they care. And those moments, I really don't care anymore the cost I have to pay to just support as many people as possible. I say that now, and of course when the camera goes after my ass, I'll probably start crying. But then that goes back to the whole power argument. Who was wielding it, that's what matters at the end of the day. Which, like I said, the left. I've been beating this dead horse this entire time. So yes, I don't like Palantir. I know almost for a fact it's going to be used against me because I am anti-Semitic. And that's what they mostly care about. The Trump administration. That's what the Trump administration mostly cares about at this point in time. But I just want people to get the fuck out of my country. Don't you live in the genuine middle of nowhere? Yes. Which means that we have to drive into town, which means long drives to get into work. And that's what my dad has to do. And that's what happened. He also works at night. So, great times. Great times. How foreign was he? He didn't tell me. In that case. Apparently they had like a translator out when the police came, so I'm assuming Mexican of some sort. So it's highly unfortunate. But he told me that, and I was just like, oh my god, I was this close away from losing my dad. Which I do worry about that a lot, actually, based off his job in general. But to hear him just tell me that, and it's just like, holy fuck, okay. Like, oh. Anyway, yeah, I don't like, long story short, I don't like Palantir. I know it's gonna be used against me, but at the same time, I just want them gone. I just want them gone. So, we'll just have to go. And he didn't have insurance, you're correct. I'm not sure if I mentioned to say that or not, but yeah, he didn't. Oh, wait, no, actually, did he have insurance? Actually, I think he did have insurance. That was the most thing I was surprised about. He did actually have insurance, supposedly. So, that was a miracle. But yeah. Anyway. Trust the plan, only 2 more weeks? Listen, I know your stance, Delta Cross. I get where you're coming from. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of Palantir. But, I'm going!
Terrible, but hopefully nothing like this ever happens again. And another person was shot by ICE in Minneapolis.
Oh, not pretty.
According to a preliminary Department of Homeland Security report, 2 Border Patrol agents discharged their weapons, seen here in graphic cell phone video captured by eyewitnesses. 10 shots fired off in total in just seconds. P.E.P.E. pronounced dead on the scene.
To be absolutely clear, stuff is still coming out about this as I am filming. Literally, as I am filming, this happened. You know, there's no body cam footage yet, so I could be totally wrong. Totally possible, totally possible. However, first impressions of watching the video at multiple angles, multiple times, yeah, I think they just fucking murdered that guy. It looks like they took his gun and then shot him. Like 10 officers come over to him, wrestle him to the ground, the agent disarms him, take his gun, they yell gun, 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 and then they shoot him several times in the back. More information could come out, but the compulsive bootlicking I have been seeing has been fucking insane.
Why does a nurse feel compelled to go confront ICE armed with a 9mm handgun?
Only one person could have prevented this from happening, and it's Alex P.E.P.E.
Yeah, who goes to a protest and brings a gun?
Yeah, I'm gonna crash out. I'm actually gonna fucking crash out right now. Oh my god, okay. Oh. I knew when she was, based off her opinion on Renee Good, I knew she brought up Alex P.E.P.E. it would be worse. But I wasn't expecting this level of worse. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let me calm down so I'm not having a complete woman moment crash out here. But okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. You know, I feel so bad for the editor because I will make this into a shoe react slop of it. This is gonna be absolute living hell for the editor to turn into a video. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Okay. Whew. So. Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't protesting. He was defending the business he worked at from violent leftists. When the Black Lives Matter riots, not protest riots, who were actively attacked him, one of them with a skateboard. And the 3 people he shot, one was a wife beater. Another one had sexual assault charges on him, and then was a pedophile. And to shoot into a crowd after attacking you, and to be able to hit people of the most scum of the earth like that. Well, it's not exactly the left sending their best. Don't forget someone pulled out a gun on him. Yes, he was actively in self-defense in this case. Like, actively in self-defense. And he was protecting his business that he was working at with that, too. So, like, it's not him going to a protest with a gun, one, it was a riot, and 2, he wasn't there on the side of Black Lives Matter. He was there for self-defense. What is she gonna do next? So that elderly couple, who was defending their home from the Black Lives Matter riots from roughly the same time? Because I saw the left using them as an example. They're literally defending their homes. This is like the same thing, except it's the place that he worked. Which you can make the argument, okay, well, in the modern age, should you really be defending the place that you work? Because they don't care about you. I would still say yes, if it's especially close-knit and you want to have a job, saying that the Black Lives Matter riots literally burned down cities, you know, fiery but mostly peaceful protest here. What, this comparison is, like, absolutely the worst here. Absolutely the worst. Having to explain this is embarrassing, yes. But I have to, because you still have people to this day who believe, one, believe this, and 2, they also believe he shot black people. Like, there's a good chunk of the black community that thinks that he shot blacks, which is not true. They were all white, and they're all scum of the fucking earth. So, like, there's still misinformation of what actually happened during with Kyle Rittenhouse to this day, 6 years later. So, in this case, like, this is actually legitimately retarded. Okay, we'll see the rest of her take here. But she said that she recorded this video as the Alex Pretty situation was happening. Now, I don't know when exactly, because, you know, it happened on Saturday. Monday, I did my stream covering the situation, so, you know, almost a week ago. By Monday came around, I already had my opinion fully formed based off what I saw, and I was, well, Sunday, I formed most of my opinion. Monday on stream, watching more and reading more than I did with my Sunday tweet, I became more pretty much fully on ICE's side for what happened there, in those moments. So I'm not sure exactly what day she recorded. And of course, I'm going based off my own timeline for events, because there's also the video that came out, I think, Wednesday of a few weeks ago of Alex Pretty, like, kicking a car, one of the ICE agents' cars, and getting the taillight out and getting a kerfuffle with them then. And he did get broken ribs as well, so he's already proven himself to be violent, which I called it in my tweet, and even the left is like, what do you mean he's violent? He didn't do anything, he was just a nurse. Called it. Wow, stereotypes exist for a reason, don't they? In this case. So, I will give her a little bit of leeway to a certain extent, depending on what videos she uses, as her examples. But
Look, if the government can take a firearm from you and then kill you because you had a firearm, then nobody actually has a right to own a firearm. If that is how it works, then there's actually no such thing as the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment does not exist. I feel like some people genuinely just forget that police are just people. ICE officers are just people. They're literally just people who work for the government like anyone else. They're DMV employees with guns. They can be stupid. They can be bad. They can make mistakes. Like, I don't know what it is about some people. Like, once someone has a badge, it's like, that person is just a perfect angel and cannot be criticized at all. You're telling me all I have to do to get you fucking people to listen to me is
she looks way too hot in that outfit. I hate it.
Dress like this? Alright, fair enough. Stop gooning. None of this would have happened if ICE agents were being trained better instead of being rushed through the system with little to no training. And if Minnesota just worked alongside ICE to make sure they were doing this in a safe and more effective way instead of just egging on a fucking jihad against them. Also, if ICE's goal is to round up pedophiles and fraudsters, I hear there's a pretty big list of pedophiles and fraudsters that need to be rounded up. Unfortunately, we'll never fucking get to see it. I'm trying to make this video somewhat funny.
I mean, she's correct about the last point. So, I mean, she is correct. If with the whole 8 weeks of training is not exactly the most amount of time, but both officers, Renee Good and P.E.P.E situation, have actually been agents. Well, granted, with border control, technically with P.E.P.E it was actually border control over ICE. But everyone says ICE, including me, and that's my bad. But it's only border control in P.E.P.E's case. But both agents have been part of the federal government and been in the more militaristic roles for years now. They have the training, they have the experience. In Alex P.E.P.E's case, there are a million ways that it could have been completely avoidable. Even if you take out the video of him smashing out the taillight from the ICE agent's car, because that more than likely appeared after she recorded this video. If you take that out of the situation and just only watch the videos that we have seen with the slowdowns and the frame by frames and the multitude of angles, you can see what has happened. So he's part of ICE Watch. He's actively impeding on a federal investigation. He wasn't protesting. There's a huge thing right there. He wasn't protesting. The ICE was there with Border Patrol to actually arrest somebody when all that shit was going down, and they were actively impeding upon investigation. Since he was once again part of ICE Watch, that's why you hear the whistles and the reason why he was quote unquote directing traffic there, in those cases. In that case, I should say. So that's already one crime committed here, and then he was concealed carrying without an ID, which is technically illegal. Now we can talk about if that should be allowed or not, because of, you know, depending on how pro Second Amendment you are. That's a different story, but still, that's technically a crime. not concealed carrying without an ID. In that case. And then he was resisting arrest while concealed carrying. And so therefore that already automatically makes him dangerous. If you are carrying a gun, if you want to save your fucking life, you will have to tell officers that you're carrying a gun, whether that be blatantly obvious, which is what Kyle Rittenhouse did. He, put his hands up, put the gun down, and what didn't fight back when he got arrested. Especially when you're concealed carrying, because the officers don't see it on you until they pat you down, and then you can just whip it out almost any time. In that case, it makes you more dangerous by doing that. And he was resisting arrest, and he was not giving. He wasn't in that case. If the ICE officers fucked up by arresting him, then technically there are procedures in place to do so. Now we can argue about the validity of the procedures and if it's worth it and rule of law and that kind of deal. But technically, once again, if we're going through the list of mistakes that was made, so far we're still only in P.E.P.E. We haven't even gotten to the ICE officers so far yet. And then, as he was resisting arrest, after the officer took the gun off of him, he gets up and reaches behind him to grab it. Now, Now we can maybe argue he didn't realize it was taken off, or maybe he felt the fact that it was taken off of him and just it felt weird and he wanted to just one of those cases. But I really don't think it's the case. Like that's a reasonable argument. Like he stands up as they're walking back away from him, and the reason why they're walking back away from him, I will get to it here in a second. And reaches around and tries to grab his gun. You can see that in the slow down videos of what happened here. So even if he did actually have his gun, more than likely he would have used it if he wasn't disarmed literally a second before then. Now let's get to the ICE officers. So, where a lot of people, including she, was just saying that he was just murdered, is because he was disarmed before he was shot. What they don't realize, because they don't slow down the video and we'll go by frame for what happened, is that the I keep on saying ICE, I know it's border control, but one agent disarms him and yells gun. Meanwhile, P.E.P.E. is resisting arrest. He walks away, and as he's walking away, the SIG, because he has a P320, misfires, which this gun's notorious for misfiring. It was actually a huge controversy last year within the gun groups of what was happening, and SIG actually lost contracts over that stuff, over what happened. So it misfiring is actually not surprising, but highly unfortunate for what happened. Now, where we can criticize the officer, instead of saying gun, he should have said he is disarmed. But then again, they don't know how many other weapons he could possibly have on him. Maybe there's a knife in his boot or a gun someplace else, whatever the case is, because he's still resisting arrest this entire time while this is happening. So 1 second he gets disarmed, the next second the SIG goes off and misfires. This is where the ICE officers back away because they hear the gunshot and they don't know where it's actually from because it's literally out of the blue like that. Then he's reaching, as they're backing up, he stands up, he reaches around, and then he gets shot. When you count the seconds for it, all that goes down within 3.5 seconds. It's between, when I watched the video, it was between 3 and 4 seconds that it went down. So let's say 3.5 for median's sake here. When you're in a life or death situation where somebody has a gun and resisting arrest, it's your life or theirs. And when the gun goes off, and you only have literally a second to decide if it's your life or theirs, you're going to choose your own life. This is not a problem of ICE not being trained properly. This is literally a life or death situation. Yes, the SIG if the SIG didn't go off, he would probably still be alive, even with him resisting arrest. Though it's on P.E.P.E. once again for getting a SIG in the first place when they're notorious for misfiring. And then, in that case, the problem isn't him bringing a gun to the protest. That's not my criticism of P.E.P.E. Though it's a little bit suspicious, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to actually criticize him for that. That's not my problem with the situation. My problem is everything P.E.P.E. was doing before then, not including the video of him or kicking out a taillight. Not including that, just within those videos that were released alone, what he was doing in those minutes beforehand. The ICE officers, Border Patrol agents, were completely justified. Does it suck? Yes. He probably shouldn't have died. But everything he did and everything in those moments makes logical sense for why he got shot. Is it murkier than Renee Good? Yes. But it's still justified. And once again, I will give Shu some leeway depending on when she made this video here. But if she made this Sunday or Monday of this past week, even Tuesday, all of this was already online. Because I literally I watched this when I made my tweet on Sunday, and I watched all this stuff again live on stream. We went through multiple different cases of evidence for this case. If ICE really did fuck up, I would have yelled at them for it. Because, I mean, well, I do, like I said earlier, obviously there's going to be some mistakes that happen when you're trying to deport millions of people, in this case, and you had the left going after them. But if they really did fuck up, I would have said they fucked up. I still probably would have defended them in some way, shape, or form, just because, once again, it's necessary. But at the same time, if they really did fuck up, then I would have said they fucked up and been like, yeah, okay, the officer probably needs to get more training, or whatever the case is, something along those lines, right? Depending on the severity of the situation. ICE was justified in this. This is all apparent by Sunday and Monday. You watched this Saturday, and she made this Saturday, okay, different story. But based off the evidence we have in hand, all is apparent. So, and then we're not even getting into the fact that the fact that police should have been there with the National Guard and Walls and Frey were not helping Trump with the ICE agents for weeks now, and them being there would have helped out a lot if they actually were doing their jobs. But it's a different story here.
Entertaining, but I'm not gonna lie, this is really bleak. Is America okay? Can we please go one single day without living through a major historical event, please? And a bunch of new Epstein files just dropped. Great. We're going to war with Iran soon, aren't we? Where was I?
That was yesterday. So she recorded this yesterday? No, the video was released yesterday. I mean, she might have tacked this on because you can do that when you make a video, right? You can add more segments and, you know, once the video is done. Maybe she's gonna go back before the party situation. Okay, I already did a massive long rant about it. I'm not gonna go on, but okay, whatever.
This just says Mr. Beast tendies. What? Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is simulating a chicken's body and the cells are just multiplying. Honestly, can't tell the difference. What the heck?
I will not live in a pod. I will not eat the Antichrist lab-grown chicken tendies. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Sorry, I am not on my Vyvanse today, folks. I forgot to take my normal pills. It wasn't long before the race hustlers took advantage of the terrible Renee Good situation in Minneapolis.
Say Her Name is a movement started by Black women, for Black women specifically, and it's not appropriate to use in regards to Renee Good.
She deserves a hashtag and everything. It should not be Say Her Name. Say Her Name is reserved for Black women.
This is not for any other race. Simple as that.
Say Her Name is specifically reserved for Black women.
Say Her Name is for Black women.
It feels kind of wrong being here in some way. I don't know why.
Why do you think, yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know why. That's called white guilt, honey. That's the white guilt you're feeling.
I saw that clip. It was a while ago. What the whole Renee Good situation was a few weeks ago. But I'm pretty sure that woman literally said it's because she's white. So I'm not sure why she didn't finish the clip there, but maybe she just wants to mild criticism, nitpicking now. Sorry, I'm irritable.
It's amazing you could literally be killed by the state for the cause. And these fucking people will still disgrace you for the curse of being born Caucasian. This is very woke 1.0. I thought it was dark woke time.
Nobody forgetting when they're good. She has achieved the highest honor a white person can achieve. Race traitor.
She has achieved the highest honor a white person can achieve. Race traitor.
I did not see that clip. That's insane. Okay.
And this type of psychotic rhetoric seems to be working, because like 70% of the videos I see of people like trying to disrupt ICE, has been white women. White women literally throwing themselves at armed officers like lemmings off a fucking cliff for street tacos. What the hell is going on with white women? Who will save the white race?
Oh no.
Ah yes, Hitler's strongest soldiers. A Mexican, a Dominican, a black guy, and a looksmaxer.
That looksmaxer is none other than Clavicular. Clavicular is a Gen Z
That's how you pronounce his name. I've been calling Clavicular. Clavicular. Oh, oops. Fucking hell. But yes, well, since she's moving on, I will just end it with the whole, remember these people are actually race traitors, though in Pretty's case, he was not a race traitor, he was a small hat. And these people are actively dying and protesting and rioting and being ICE investigations for people that actively hate us just because you're white. We're talking about rapists and pedophiles and sex traffickers, and then Somalians that are committing fraud and looting and pillaging the government and stealing your tax dollars. This is what the left is defending for. So, pardon me if I don't actually care if they get shot. Anyways.
Influencer and live streamer who got his start within the niche red pill communities and has recently blown up to mainstream popularity, especially in right-wing circles. His main claim to fame is looksmaxing. Looksmaxing, for those of you who are employed, is...
Looksmaxing is a term for aggressively maximizing one's physical attractiveness through routines like skincare, facial exercises, mewing, fitness, and sometimes extreme cosmetic procedures. Originating in online incel forums but popularized on TikTok, focusing on enhancing features like jawline and bone structure.
I personally think it's interesting to see men adopting the insane beauty rituals that women have been doing for decades. But now that a man is doing it, it's seen as psychopathic or gay. A woman will literally spend thousands of dollars on hair, makeup, skincare, peptides, plastic surgery, fillers, Botox, red light therapy, moon water, and we just call her Stacey. But a man does it and we call him Patrick Bateman. A woman reshapes her entire face with makeup? Normal. A man reshapes his jawline with makeup? Gay. A woman wears a push-up bra to make her tits look bigger? Empowering. A man shoves socks in his shoes to make himself taller? A liar. A woman gets lip filler? Typical. A man smashes his face with a hammer to make his jaw swell up? Okay, yeah, that one's a little insane. One of the looksmaxing tips some young men are apparently doing is called bone smashing, where they take a hard object, usually a hammer, and smash the bones in their face to make their face temporarily swell up.
I don't know if he's doing this just for clout, but he's already got, like, a decent jawline and stuff. So the fact that he's doing this is insane. Like... Okay, he looks young. He looks like a teenager, so I'm gonna use my words carefully. But all I'm saying is, he just needs a slightly different hairstyle, and to get a little bit older, and he'd be fine. What the fuck?
And allegedly give them that Chad jawline. Honestly, don't knock it till you try it. Here we go.
Holy fuck.
Perfect. So that concludes this episode of the Hell World Report. If you liked it, please subscribe and consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. It helps the channel and I appreciate it so much. If you don't want to do that, you can also put a little tip down in the tip jar somewhere over here somewhere.
Yeah, you can do the same too on the VOD, and whenever this video gets released, that'd be really cool. Yeah.
Barista. Yeah, it's just gonna ask you something on the screen down there. If you have some stories you want me to cover in the next Hell World Report, be sure to send them to me on Twitter at ShoeOnHead. I will give you a little shout out if I wind up using the story in the next episode. Okay, and I will see you guys with a new fun slop video. I keep promising a slop video, and then terrible things keep happening. I'm sorry. Next video is a slop video. I promise.
I do want to address your point, since we're at the end of the video, about the whole... Okay. I'm not sure what's like, I shouldn't say I'm not sure what's happened with Shu. Because like I said before, her politics hasn't really changed all that much of the 10 years. Like she has changed a bit. A little bit more socialist there, more traditional there, different things like that in this case. But it's a very much a egalitarianism argument about like if men try to look max, it's gay. And that's not a bad, like, it's totally fine when women do it, but when men do it, it's bad. Like, yes, it is bad that when men do it. Men and women have different standards. That's just the natural order of things. The entirety of human history across all cultures, there are ways for women to make themselves more beautiful. Like, and so there's always been some sort of version of makeup for women to extenuate the features, so they actually get picked by the high value, high status males here. And yeah, I know it's cringe kind of using those terms, but it's true in this case. And so they have to peacock and make themselves look better so they get chosen by the best man that they can possibly get by obviously pumping up their looks in some way, shape, or form. Because men are the sex that care more about looks. They care more about attraction. This is another psychological fact. Men care way more about attraction. Yes, I know I said earlier that like majority of men find like 80% of women attractive, which is true. But they still care way more about how a woman looks, and obviously would prefer the 9 to 10 bombshell if they can, right? Versus women don't care about looks as much. I mean, we have a problem in modern society where they do, where everything's become so atomized and Tinder exists in those cases. But women care way more about wealth and power and social status. And so, which is why you'll see these like young 20-year-olds getting with the 60-year-olds, because they have the wealth and they have the status essentially. Like, the status is actually the big thing for women. In a lot of cases, being 6 foot is obviously a big benefit for women because they like men that are stronger, taller and stronger than them. So there is obviously a level of attractiveness that happens with women because they obviously still want to be actually attracted to who they're with. But it's not as important as it is with men when it comes to this type of stuff. Men is all about power, wealth, and status. And usually looking good and wearing a suit and having a strong jawline usually means that you actually are a man of wealth and status of some sort of degree. But that's not always the case. And so it is actually very gay. It's spiritually transgender for people like Cavicure, however you pronounce his fucking name, to do this shit. Because he's also infertile now, which is at 19. Well, what the fuck's wrong with you? Which is a fucking different story. Because instead of actually trying to make himself have that wealth and status, which in a way he does because he has the popular streaming career, but anyway he follows in his footsteps and goes to the looks maxing route, you're not actually gaining what women find attractive. You are mutilating yourself to be something that you're not. Instead of actually actively trying to improve yourself to get what women find like desirable in the end. It's borderline like you're and if they go the Cavalier route, they literally make themselves infertile. You're basically spiritually transgender, and you're preening yourself at like fucking the mouse utopia and acting like women acting like this. So yeah, a lot of ways it is very similar to transgenderism. It's like the autogynephiliacs who put on the dress and clown makeup to pretend that they're women because they want to be like women. It's roughly the same equivalent here. Not exactly the same, obviously, but it's still within the same lines of pretending to be a woman because all you care about is making yourself look better to impress other men. Women wear makeup mostly, one, to attract a mate, yes, but also to put themselves over other women competition-wise. But then you also hear a lot of men talking about how they prefer women without makeup generally because it's usually a lie. Same fucking thing. So, personality is more important then? Yes, it actually is. Like, you do have to be a little bit careful when women in the modern age say that they care more about personality, because, a lot of ways. But yes, personality is actually a lot more important. If you can make a woman laugh, you're already like you already have a step in the right direction. The key to a woman's heart is actually having charisma, because that activates her pussy. I'm sorry to be crass for a millisecond, as I know I've been really hardcore serious for the past couple hours now. But yes, like the charisma is what gets the women going a lot of ways. You just have to have that. Well, granted, it's not easy. It's easier said than done, but it's definitely possible. So, okay, let's actually finish the video because usually Chu has some sort of gag at the very end.
Okay, bye.
Simps. Okay, I know I shouldn't pause because we're literally at the end of the video. I'm just waiting for the little gag, little secret at the end, like Marvel style movies. But I want to rant a little bit again because I don't really like it when female content creators call their supporters simps. I know what she's doing is just a joke, and it's been a long-running joke on our channel for a while, and I laugh at it and that kind of deal. And I know I kind of like leaned into the joke when she made it earlier in the video with you guys too. But it just rubs me the wrong way. Because obviously it's going to be vast majority men that support her. She's got a decent amount of female viewership, but that's mostly because of VTubers. But she's mostly got men, and they're the ones that are allowing her to live the life that she has, right? Like she's now married with a kid, but she was able to live the high life for a very long time because of her supporters. And to insult them and denigrate them by calling them simps just always rubs me the wrong way. Like, and maybe it's okay for Shu because it's Shu and she makes these jokes and she. It's one of those cases where if you constantly insult your audience as part of the joke and they're in on it, it's relatively okay. But I see this all the time with other female content creators a lot, where they bite the hand that feeds them, and it just upsets me so much. You're literally living off the generosity and goodwill of essentially lonely men, because that's what it is. It's lonely men. We all know the main demographic of female content creators are lonely men. And insulting them just always just pisses me off. Like maybe I'm thinking too deep into this because it is Shu, but I'm just like I just see that and I'm waiting for the end credits to go through and it's just staring at me like that. I just So eh. Eh. It just bothers me. They are literally Sims. I mean, yes. I know you could technically make that argument, but like at the same time I like they're speaking about double standards, like I guess it depends on the content being created too. If it was like a girlfriend experience type of deal, then yeah, that's definitely more simpery, which still don't think you should call your supporters simps in that case because you're insulting them for supporting you and you would not have the success that you have without them doing that and using their hard-earned money working their 9 to 5s for you. But one thing that I do find different between male and female content creators is like you don't really have this problem with other male content creators. It's much easier to be female in the content creation space in general just because of this exact factor. But obviously there's lots of males that are successful too. In this case. And usually it's a lot more respectable when it's a male content creator because it's just other men supporting each other and you don't have that whole like simp factor we will say here for just talking about the term. Whereas females, there's always that level of attachment. And I don't know, there's a difference there. And I think it deserves a little bit more. I don't know, it's double standard and double standards exist for a reason at the end of the day, but it just irritates me. Well, it is what it is not enough for me to care. I mean, I guess it's fair enough here. It makes you mad because you know it's fine in this context, but you know some people generally hate and degrade their audience while thinking they're better than the men they're talking about. Yeah, like I said, in Shu's case, it's relatively okay because she's always been mean to her audience, right? When your whole part of your content creation and personality is being mean and abusive to your audience, and it's all part of a joke. It's fine. So that's why it's actually okay when Shu is doing it. But maybe it's because I saw it recently on Twitter. Maybe that's it. I saw this exact same situation that I'm complaining about happened on Twitter a few days ago. And maybe that's why I'm triggered about it. Because it just pisses me off to no end because there are so many women, typically within the VTubing space, which is why I don't really like calling myself a VTuber. One, I'm a tourist, and two, I consider myself more a streamer than a VTuber at the end of the day, despite me using the model. Um, and it just pisses me off. But anyway. No gag? Oh, we have a solid minute left. Hold on. I was like, wait a second. This is going on for a minute. I mean, there's a lot of Patreon supporters, so I guess that makes sense. I thought it was like a little bit before this that the gag happens. Like, there's a black screen for like 5 seconds, and then the gag happens. But maybe I'm misremembering here. Extended cut. There we go.
Who's big government's good little boy? You are.
Hey, that's me. I'm ashamed she said good little boy. She should have said goy instead. But anyway. So. Oh. So. Well, okay. Now that the vid is over, and I have spent 2.5 hours ranting now. Probably one of the worst videos I've seen of her in a while. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, actually. Like, it wasn't bad during the first half. When she was, like, covering this stuff, like Amelia, Maduro, different things like that. World Economic Forum. But then once she started getting into what happened, with Renee Good, and then pretty much the rest of the video, because it was a repeated point, because then Alex Pretty got popped up. That's where it really went to shit, in my opinion. But, I mean, that's, once again, my opinion, my game theory at the end of the day. Like I've said many times so far this stream and at the beginning of the video, I like Shu. I've been a fan of her for a very, very long time now. But I don't agree with her on everything. I'd probably say this is the biggest divide I've had with her in a long time, though, just because her take was absolutely retarded. And so that sucks. It sucks. But at the end of the day, I guess it is what it is. You know, she will have her opinion. I will have mine. She is wrong. She will think that I'm wrong. And we'll have to agree to disagree. Because debates, nope, there's no point in debating at the end of the day. So, and then move on to the life. And then if she does do a Slop video next, if it interests me, then maybe I'll react to it. If it doesn't interest me, then I won't, because I don't react to every single Shoe and Head video. And we'll go from there. We will go from there here. So, I know I missed a lot of super chats there, especially as things were closer to the end. I was just trying to get through the video. My apologies, chat. Let me go find them. Oh my god, they're so old I can't heart them anymore. That's a problem. Okay, give me 1 second. Back. Please update. Thank you. Why isn't it updating? There we go. I just had to refresh the page. Okay. Okay, thank you. Really, that's not your actual. But interesting. The back end has different names than the front end. So my apologies for this, but I have to use the back end for this. Thank you, Samuel Eddie, for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's very simple. Maybe women shouldn't drive anymore. Based. I want to get rid of every single rights that women have. Thank you very much. At this point, credit cards, voting, driving, autonomy, get rid of them all. Thank you, Mana Yudes Too Shy, for the $1.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where are the white pills? Well, they're supposed to be now after the super chats, after I catch up with them. There are actual white pills, I swear. Okay. I wasn't expecting her video to be this bad. I thought it'd be a funny shoe thing. And it was not a funny shoe thing. I mean, I knew it'd be like catch up based off over the past few weeks of based on the thumbnail, but I wasn't expecting this, okay? Thank you, Ryan, for the $2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, peace was yeah, never an option. Well, I'll leave that there. Thank you, that guy, Gus. For the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is why I so deeply unironically hate Shoe and Head. She gets to live the dream of marriage and kids, but I get nothing. And now she wants me to up on her rules. What does she have to bargain with? I understand that sentiment. I do. Though I do try not to be too resentful as my warning. Because at the end of the day, when you're that big, when you have 2 million subscribers, and you've been in content creation for this long and you haven't actually died out, yes, you're going to be doing well off, right? There's always going to be people who are doing better than you, and there's always going to be people doing worse. And so it's best not to actually let that get to you too much. But I completely understand the sentiment, because of the fact that she does get to live the dream of marriage and kids. And a large part of it is because she's a woman. Don't forget this, chat. She is a woman, so by default, she is already privileged. I don't like saying privileged anymore, thanks to the left, but that is true. Women do have a lot of advantages that men don't have, especially when being on the internet. And so that's why she's able to basically do this. It's also why you shouldn't listen to women, and women shouldn't have rights. Because they get to live in their ivory towers and their safe homes, be provided by their husbands, and even if they do work in Jew daycare, it's still a comfy office job. They're not going to be plumbers. They're not going to be trash disposal workers. They're not going to be fighting in the military and put their life on the lines. They will always choose comfier jobs and always come from the position of empathy, because unfortunately, women are too empathetic. Studies have been done to prove this, and which is what makes women actually good, by the way, which is why they're supposed to be staying home, which is why they're supposed to be raising kids, why they're not supposed to be in the workforce, etc., which is why they're not supposed to be voting in politics. But in the modern society, it's obviously being weaponized against other women and men, in this case, and, well, you just have to look at her as entertainment. A funny little woman on the internet that does silly little things. That's the best way to think of women, especially on the internet. Just for women in general. Just remember, women are basically children. So, and go from there. Or else, if you don't have that mentality, it's going to lead you down to a very unpleasant path. That is going to make you very unhappy. Which is understandable, once again, based off how things are going. But at the same time, blackpilling is not fun. So, I thank you, Manny Mulatto Beats, for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I like Shu having different or wrong takes. I have a friend very similar, and going back and forth with them is fun. I hate being surrounded by yes men, to be honest. Yeah, that is important to keep in mind, right? Like, it's really easy to be siloed off on the internet, especially because algorithms are made to appeal to you as best as possible and or to make you angry. And so when they're making you angry, that pushes you to the extremes even more. And when they're trying to appease you, it just solidifies and fortifies your position. And you have to remember that and try to listen to both sides, even if the other side's blatantly wrong and they're not actually going to listen to you. It's important to know where they're coming from. Not just to debate them, because like I said, debate's out the window anyways. But you just have to realize that not everybody agrees with you on everything. and you have to understand where their arguments come from. Like, as wrong as she is on the Renee Good and Alex Pretty situation, I understand where she's coming from. Because one, she's a woman, so her empathy goes out to everyone just by default of being a woman. Two, she's not a big fan of the government, and she's never been a big fan of the government. And so seeing ICE kill people is not pleasant because she sees it as the government killing people. With Pretty in particular, it was pretty murky, especially on the first day that all the information came out. Though as the days went on, it became more obvious what happened, but still. And you have to understand their perspective when it comes to these things. So, and go from there. But once again, it's important to remember to not black pillow as much, to take a break from the internet when you need to, stop doom scrolling, go touch grass. Unironically, like, go out and explore the woods, even if it's cold as shit. Go take a night walk or something like that. And log off, connect with your local community, and try to work on and improve yourself, because, well, what's happening in Minneapolis is happening in Minneapolis. Obviously, there's a few people here that live in Minneapolis, and that directly affects them, so they should do something about it. But for the rest of us, it's okay to log off from time to time and focus on yourself first instead of blackpilling. So, technically, you'd be right, but in this case, Civil War would probably be more like 200 million Americans versus 150 million illegal immigrants. I mean, yes and no, because you have the left on their side and everything else in between. White men are very capable. They can handle like a 10-to-1 scenario pretty well because they are competent, extremely competent compared to other people, we can say. So it's not worth to blackpill over that too much, but obviously it takes strong men to do so. And I do think there are strong men out there. Obviously there's a lot of weak men, and weak men create hard times, and we're definitely in hard times for sure. But I think the biggest thing is that people are waiting for somebody to step up to follow. And once that person steps up and follows, then I think a good chunk, not everybody in chat, but I think a good chunk of people you in chat would probably be willing to do so based off how I see you guys and how you act and everything like that. And then when that happens, then the tide will turn. But that hasn't happened. We thought we had it with Trump. It's not happening. So we just got to remember, focus on yourself, support your local community, go touch grass, log off, stop doom scrolling, focus on yourself. And then the politics would always be there. We didn't start the fire. There's always something happening. It happens to get worse, but there's always something happening. So, there. But anyway, I did promise white pills today. Actually, hold on, let me check Ko-Fi. We'll get into the white pills. Here we go, yes. Thank you, Clarky, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Response to this simply being shit take from Shu. If one things are currently taking place with ICE, migrants plus protesters extreme, they're enemy to the whites plus a waste of space in general because it's an infraction what needs to be happened to. Yep. That case. I mean, yes. Yes, to a certain degree, obviously disavow some parts of that, like the waste of space. But yes, you're correct in the general sense that a lot of people over this, over the Pretty situation showed that they don't actually have the guts to do what's necessary. And that's unfortunate, but hopefully people like me and other people who had similar position of me, like not caring about his death and saying that ICE was necessarily justified to do so, has been vindicated over the past few days, and hopefully they've learned a lesson, because everybody makes mistakes, right? Everybody has a bad take every once in a blue moon, as we can see with Shu. Some of them are worse than others, don't get me wrong, but still. And hopefully this will make a wake-up call to some people. So, this is just oops all black pills. I'm sorry, we'll get to them soon. Thank you, Ryan, for the $2 dues. Thank you. If I don't make it, sign my coffin. Well, I would have to be near you to sign your coffin, but I'll do it spiritually. Also, don't be suicidal, please. I beg you. Don't be stupid here, to remember. Thank you, Alex and Rob, for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sometimes it's you worse thing the white pill. I'm assuming you mean it's worse thing the white pill. It raises the hopes just to fall harder when the next black pill come. Hopefully resolved with the sapper. Yeah, the shot collar is only for game streams and other fun streams like that, so don't worry. But I mean, okay. I've always prided myself for being realistic. I've been called pessimistic my entire life because my mentality has always been to prepare for the worst and never expect the best. Never expect the best. Because when you do, you'll just have your hopes crushed and you'll feel like shit. And it makes your life worse by doing so. I've always been called a pessimist for that, but I've always considered it more being realistic. And overall, well, I've dealt with depression and other things like that and had my own fair share of fuck-ups and different things like that. Overall, I would say my life has been pretty good. Generally. Especially after my mom died, but it's a different story. With that, when those cases there. So, I think that's why I do black pill so much. And I kind of feel bad black pilling because I know it's not pleasant, right? It's exhausting for me and exhausting for you, chat. I've had a few people I see in chat before being like, I'm not in the mood for a black pill. I'm going to watch somebody else tonight. I totally understand that because when it's constant black pilling, it is depressing. It is demoralizing. It does make you feel like shit. And which is why I will get to the white pills. I promise I will get to the white pills. But at the same time, I can't help it because I look at everything that's happening and I take everything and try to understand it as best as possible. And I spout my opinion on what's occurring and what's going to be happening based off other patterns and that has happened before in the past. And it doesn't exactly look the best. It really doesn't look like we're going well. Like, I remember even during my lefty days, back when I was like 12 years old, thinking that the civil war is going to be happening in my lifetime. And while my politics have changed over the past, 10-some years, I still believe that. I still believe we will be, the Beanie Man will be eventually right, no matter how much he cries wolf. And we will actually have a full-fledged civil war, more than the lukewarm one that we have right now. It's very much looking that direction. And that's just being realistic. It sucks, it's depressing, but it's realistic. So, in that case. So, yeah, there we go. I avoid the channel most of the time, but I keep coming back for the one-hating rants. See, like, that's not great. I don't really consider myself very funny, right? I mean, women generally are not very funny, but I don't consider myself very funny. Or a lot of things. I'm too serious on a lot of regards. So if you actually want levity, if you want somebody to talk politics with a fun little spin, there's two on head, there's other people. And it's not me. And I feel bad for that because, at the end of the day, if you're gonna be blackpilling so much, it sucks for both me and you, the viewer. And especially when I don't actually offer solutions. So I'm just making everybody more demoralized for no reason. But I also like covering politics in the news because I've always been interested in politics at a very young age, and well, this is just kind of how I am. So it's a conundrum and amalgamation, you could possibly say, of what I am, and a lot of so. And it doesn't exactly make me super happy. But at the same time, I've kind of accepted it too. Mo is funny looking. I'm an amalgamation. I'm a hot mess express. And I'm very retarded. Despite how serious that I act for a lot of different things like this, I am very retarded. So, what's more misery in the misery pile is what it is, to a certain extent, but anyway, I've been promising back white pills literally all stream, and I keep on edging it off because I keep on yapping about other stuff. So, I will actually deliver the white pills now, as we are speaking. That's a different one. That's a slightly more depressing white pill. It's more of a gray pill. So we'll go. No, it's the wrong white. Hold on. Wait a second. Wrong white pills. Well, I'll save this for a different day. How about this? It's still a little bit more depressing. It was like a gray pill. Okay. Actual white pills. There are none. No, there aren't. Okay. Actual white pills this time. CDC data shows white regain majority status for births, a rise in birth rates along with multiracial non-Hispanic births and unknown racial births. Hispanic, blacks, Asians, and Meridians and Pacific Islanders all declined. Here we go. Once again, actual white pill here. So whites are in a positive. It's only 0.45%, but it's still a positive that it has gone up when it's been negative for so long. And we are about 50.19% of the births, which is still depressing that, you know, America being a white nation is only half of the births. However, it's still a positive. This is still a white pill. That means there is a trend going up. Line is going up. That is a good sign. The fact that the black population is going down, great. We gotta make sure that 12% goes lower. Asians going down too. Gotta make that 6% lower. American Indians, you know, as negative. Make that 0.65% go lower. The only thing that's bad is the multiracial went up significantly, 5.24%. But they're only 2.7% of the population, which we still make that go lower too, but still. Even Hispanics went down. The fact that they're 27.18% of the population is a huge problem. Once again, the illegal numbers are much higher than they say they are, by the way. But anyways, but still, pretty much all the nonsense went down. And who knows what the multiracial is? You shouldn't always assume it's going to be black and white when it's multiracial. I mean, it's a reasonable assumption, technically, for various reasons. But multiracial could be Hispanic and white, which is not great, but better than black and white, right? It could be Hispanic and black, which let the shit swim together, right? Like, in that case, which sucks. It should be less, but still, this is a white pill. This is positive, actually. And it's reinforced even more. As fertility data show, the Midwest is nearly at replacement, and Republican states are carrying the bulk of births, with liberal states experiencing low fertility rates, particularly the Northeast. Across the country, white births and Republican births increase here. And we can see here. Like, California is at 1.43. But if you go to, like, South Dakota, or they're at replacement at 2.05. Which is fantastic. You know, Montana 1.64, Idaho 1.86, Kentucky 1.79, Arkansas 1.78. Like, these are all actually decently high numbers, all things considered. This is a trend. This is line going up. Are we at replacement and over replacement? No, and we should. But the fact the line is going up and it's in red states shows that people, especially white people, are more willing to have babies now, which is good because we need more white babies. We need white people having more kids in general. It's a sign that times are changing and that things are getting better. And as for the leftist states, like Oregon being at like 1.37, this is Vermont, right? Or is this New Hampshire? This is Vermont. This is New Hampshire. 1.3 in Vermont over there. It sucks because these are still white majority states, but because they're leftist hellholes at the same time. Keep in mind, these leftists are the ones that are mutilating their kids, putting them on HRT, making them gay, sending them to ICE protests because it's actually fucking happening, where they're literally taking their kids to ICE protests and different things like that. Like, they are the ones that are anti-children. They're anti-natalist. And so the fact that they're breeding themselves out of existence and mutilating themselves out of existence is a good thing. It's literally Darwin fucking coming down from heaven above to make sure it happens. Of course, then these blue states are also being replaced in real time. Granted, the red states are also being replaced in real time by foreign immigrants, which is a black pill. But we're white pilling right now, okay? White pilling. And so white people having more kids, especially in red states, is a good sign. Shout out to fucking South Dakota once again. So then again, if we put too much emphasis on it, then the Democrats gonna fucking put the Haitians in South Dakota instead. Abortion and the pill were a horrible mistake. Well, depends on the demographics. But yes, generally I agree with that. I'm partly anti-natalist, just selectively. Yes, it depends on the demographics. So. Oh. South needs to step up his game. I mean, it's doing pretty well. Once again, 1.72, 1.72, 1.73. I mean, we don't know what the demographics are, because obviously it could be more blacks and they breed like fucking rabbits. But if we go based off of this graph right here, where the black birth rate went down 3.71%, this is overall a good sign. So this is a legit fucking white pill. And thank you, Book Track Grooves, for the $10 reviews over in remote. Thank you. Here, your white pill steak and eggs with lemon ginger tea and good friends. Cheers. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Steak does sound steak and egg. I have not eaten today, other than a hard-boiled egg and gamer subs. Steak sounds pretty good. Anyways. And thank you, Alex and Rob, for the $5 reviews. Thank you. I think that raises moral is cute things like speaky clips or normal adorable stuff, even if they're stupid, especially in some case when stupid. I don't know what speaky clips is. I'm gonna assume it's a VTuber or something like that. But yes, like there needs to be levity, right? Like, as I already briefly discussed the Epstein files since Epstein was brought up in the new video, right? But there are so many people today not talking about the Epstein files. And you can be like, oh, they should talk about the Epstein files. It's a national tragedy, blah, 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 blah. But if you don't, and I get the whole being afraid of bread and circuses. I get that. Because there is a problem when bread and circuses gets too far and too many people put their head down in the sands, but people need a break. You need your slappa. You need your cute girl doing cute things. Right? You need your video game. You need your sports ball. People need to take a break from the tragedies of life, or else they will literally go insane and kill themselves. No matter what's happening, there could be literally a nuclear war between Russia, and people will still need some sort of entertainment just because they've been hearing about it all day at work with their coworkers, and they just need to go home and take a break. So, in that case. So it is important to actually have people who create content, whether that be an anime woman, or video game, or whatever the case is, to distract you from the pain. Thank you, Ryan, for the $2 reviews. Thank you. I'm running on like 12 servers to get G subs right now. Jesus Christ, dude, please don't die. I like gamer subs, don't get me wrong, but that's insane. Like the serving limits too. The max you're supposed to have is 16 ounces. I'm kinda like, please don't die. I think you need to like, obviously live your life the way you want to live your life to a certain extent. Unless you're gay, then get out of here. Oh, but you're nice though. You're an okay gay. Anyway. I highly recommend, when you get around to it, to slowly decrease your caffeine intake, because you have taken so much caffeine that your body's neutralizes why you need more and more and more of it, and that's why it's unhealthy. So I highly recommend slowly but surely reducing your caffeine intake so your body readjusts and so you can have normal amounts again when you get a chance. So, one hard-boiled egg, and 2 liters of gamer subs. The breakfast of champions. Actually, yes, I only eat 1 meal a day. I eat like 1,000 calories a day, roughly. Sometimes less, sometimes more, give or take. And hard-boiled egg and gamer subs is a good way to help actually reduce your, at least for me, it helps kill my hunger pains. So I eat that before stream or early enough in the day, and I'm usually content for a while, and then I eat something. And then maybe later I'll have a snack. So, how do you eat so little and don't feel hunger? It's just called training your body. So the reason why that Ozempic works so well is because it basically neutralizes your hunger pains. So you don't actually feel hungry, and so you eat less. That's the reason why Ozempic works. Also, it comes with a bunch of side effects. Like making you blind. And who knows whatever long-term consequences come along later in life, too. But that's why Ozempic works. Which is, like cigarettes do the same thing. Which is why usually people who smoke cigarettes are usually skinny, unless they're black, and that's a different story. I guess there's some chubby guys that smoke too, but anyway, once again, different story. In those cases. And so, by gamer subs and the hard-boiled egg basically just kills my hunger. Like, I'm not hungry at all. And I've been able to, over time, slowly reduce how much I eat. To the point where I don't have to eat as much. It kind of sucks because it doesn't take much to overeat, and especially when it comes to being American. You have to be really picky where you get your calories from because so much of our shit has way too much additives and too many calories in it. And it does, does limit what I can eat, especially since I like spicy slop food. Usually those have pretty higher calories. So if I go on vacation, I'll probably gain like 10 pounds because I'll be eating like twice a day instead of once a day instead. But it works. It works. 1,000 sheets, don't starve yourself. For the record, I am 5'1". So my intake, depending on my activity level, can vary between 800 to 1,200 if you go into the calorie calculator. So I feel like that should be pretty important to state that I'm 5'1". So and I'm also a woman, and so women by default eat less because men need more calories by a long shot. You only eat more when you eventually create a child? Yes, I will. I actually have a bookmark where I save a bunch of like future baby stuff. I call it self-improvement, but it has a mix of actual self-improvement and like future baby advice for me because I want to make sure I actually raise my kid properly as best as possible. Like, one thing that I've learned is that carbs are actually really important for when you have a kid. And if you eat mostly, obviously you still need protein, but carbs are extremely important when you're pregnant. And it makes it much easier to slim back down again versus if you eat a mostly protein diet. In that case. But anyway, that's different story. I'll wait till I'm actually pregnant, but that's a ways away at this point. Thank you, Ryan, for the $5 dose. Thank you. You guys have all been so generous tonight. It's crazy. I will be fine. I cut my fingertip off before and just taped it up and healed fine. And worse, my body is an unstoppable machine. The thing, I feel like the reaction would be like, oh my god, it's terrible, but I've done that same thing to my foot as well. I actually have a scar on my right pointer finger for when I cut it off. A decent chunk off before. When I was working at Subway. I was being stupid. It was completely my fault. But, I was slicing green peppers, and there's a machine that they have to slice the green peppers. But the machine we had was kind of shitty. And so the part, like, you put the green peppers in there, and then, like, you close the lid, or something along those lines, and then you have a thing that you push with one hand, and then you turn with your right hand. to make the green peppers go into the slicer, and then you take the left hand and you do a wheel, and it'll cut it manually like that. But our machine kind of sucked, and so if once the green pepper got too small, or too large, I can't remember because this was years ago. But basically, the thing that you did to press to make the green pepper go more and more into the slicer to keep on slicing it wouldn't work properly, and so I just started manually using my right hand instead of the little metal thing that I was supposed to be using, and it worked perfectly fine the entirety of the time I was there at Subway, until literally my second to last day working at Subway. I was cutting the green peppers, and I was talking to my coworker who was washing the dishes behind me, because I had my back turned to her. And I turned around to talk to her and mention something, and I wasn't paying attention, and I sliced my finger. Literally 2 days before I was going to quit Subway. So yeah, I was like, and I worked at Subway for a very long time, and I was like, and it just then happened. Which I guess it worked out because the managers never found out. I bled a shit ton. My dad yelled at me because it was dangling off my finger, and he could have stitched it back together because he used to be an EMT, but I ripped it off instead because I thought it was dangling like that. And it sucked. It was a really deep cut, and it's still very much a scar all the way to this day, and this was years ago. So, So, did a mall feed people for flesh? No, I threw away the green pepper and cleaned it up after I took care of my finger. Because obviously blood. I think I had gloves on. Yeah, I did have gloves on, but I still like cleaned everything up because obviously it sliced through the gloves too. So, in that case. Send finger picture now? No. No, I'm not gonna bother with it right now. Maybe later. Was it a serrated knife? No, it was a little slicer. It was a little wheel thing I had to be turning. Oh, thank you, Clarky, for the tool doodles. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some lucky fucker got a mall fingertip taco. And they didn't even know what the big deal was, just gonna become a couple years later. Or even that they had ordered it. Sod's law. They did not get it. I threw away the green pepper once again. I cleaned it up. It's fine. It was me being retarded there. I take full responsibility for it, but yeah. Did it grow back like that one guy we saw? No, it wasn't actually my full finger wasn't cut off completely. It was just a good chunk of it. A solid chunk of skin and a very deep cut. So in that case. Oh, but besides me being retarded, to continue on the white pilling, here is a big chart of the latest interracial data, interracial marriage in America, as an ethnicity by ethnicity breakdown of who marries who for some of the biggest groups. Which this is important because I've brought this up on stream before, that white women are actually the most loyal out of all the different racial groups. And a lot of people don't believe me with this. Now, granted, this is about marriage, and obviously people are marrying less and dating more, and having long-term boyfriends and all this other fun stuff. So there is possibly something that's there. But keep in mind, the white women dating black men is literally propaganda. Literally propaganda. It's shown in like Stranger Things, for example. Season 5 had that one chick dating the one black kid for some stupid reason. Absolutely fucking disgusting. You'll see it in like ads in Target where they're dating. Like, it's literally propaganda to make white women want to race mix on purpose. And obviously you'll hear a bunch of stories of white women paying the toll and, being beaten up or being, left by their baby daddy. But those go viral because of how stereotypical and obvious it actually is. In those cases. And it's good that they go viral because it's a good warning to white women to not actually race mix. But it's not as common as it is, and it's actually white men who are not as loyal to white women generally for this kind of stuff. So now, I see so many white women with half black kids. Just saw 15 today. Obviously, if you live in a predominantly black area or a multicultural society, like a big city or the ghetto, you probably will see more interracial because, unfortunately, when you stick a woman in a multiracial society and all the propaganda is pushing her to race mix, and there's very few white male options because it's not a majority white area, or not majority white enough, I should say, then that's going to happen a bit more. But generally, they are more loyal in this case. Like, here we go. White men, 86% of them marry, white women, with 88% of white women marrying white men in this case. So technically, you white men are race traitors. I'm half joking. But literally 9% are Hispanic. Not that many blacks. And as you can see, the white females going with black men is higher than the white males going with black women. But it's not by much, and unfortunately Hispanics are the higher ones, which I'd rather have Hispanics than blacks, but still not great. But these are actually pretty good numbers. Obviously, we need to make them higher and get rid of this section of it between Hispanics and blacks. But remember, if we deport a good chunk of these Hispanics, and keep in mind they're the ones that are 27.18% of the birth population, so God knows how many people of Hispanics actually live here. That number should go down naturally with deportations. So, in this case. And as it goes down, it gets very interesting. Like, Japanese females. Ooh, no, buddy. Those are literal race traitors. Only 31% of them marry Japanese males. Japanese men are not great either. Only 44% of them marry Japanese females. But man, those Japanese women do like their white men. So, those that are rice burners in chat, I know you guys are filthy race traitors. You have a chance. I don't support it, because being a race traitor is an evil fucking sin, and you should be deported. But I understand the appeal when white women are not currently in the best state that they could be in the modern age. So, in that case. But all the other Asian groups, like Koreans, are a little bit better. The Vietnamese are a little bit better. But they're still... The one thing that's very noticeable throughout this whole entire thing is that pretty much all the groups really like whites. Except for the Cambodians and the Pakistanis. And the Hmong, which... what the fuck's a Hmong, by the way? I've never heard of Hmong before. But anyways. So basically the brownest of them all... Cambodia, in this case, are pretty loyal, especially the Pakistanis because they're Muslims in this case. But generally, the whites actually take a good chunk of the graph because they are the most desirable. And I think a lot of people recognize that they're also the most attractive. Reason why there's so much race-mixing propaganda happening once again. So, now, like I said before, it's about marriage, and obviously people are marrying less and dating more, and, women are being sluts and stuff like that. But this is still a white pill, in my book, because we have to take what we can get. I know we're a pretty desperate economy right now, but still, it's still a white pill. That white people are generally not race traitors, despite the propaganda in place. And so, at least a good sign. Thank you, Crowder Crawler, for the $1 review. Thank you. I once slit my head open with a pole driver, and the only thing I thought of was I was going to get blood over my clothes, and as it gushed out of my head, didn't even feel pain from it, let it heal itself. I don't know what a pole driver is, but based off your description, that sounds absolutely horrible. So, I'm glad you didn't And I'm glad I was able to heal perfectly fine. But please don't kill yourself. Even an accident. Here. Yeah, porn and propaganda really pushes a lot of this stuff. Yes, it's important to remember this. Very, very important to remember this factor here. Thank you, Koiki, for the $5 dues. Thank you. Actually amazing considering our current demographics and the amount of juice propaganda that white women have been subjected to. When white women now wipe these little beads up and breed them, boys. Yes. Now I understand that there's gonna be a hesitancy because of the legal system is so in favor of women, and you can easily get fucked over by them, and they're all very left-leaning and a bit crazy for, you know, all that fun stuff. I get being scared of women, but the only way to make these numbers go up is to marry and reproduce. Do not have children out of wedlock. That is absolutely horrendous for everyone involved there, despite the risk. Because you're part of the problem. You are actively part of the problem if you marry outside of wedlock. I understand the fear, but the only way we're going to be able to change society is by everyone slowly but surely working on themselves, improving locally, and includes marrying and reproducing. And so, these hoes are loyal. They might have, you know, 5 body count or whatever the case is, or 8 or 10, depending on when you get them, and it sucks and it's bad, but they're still relatively loyal, and you still need to marry and reproduce. Because we have to fix society somehow. If you don't actually have kids, then what are you fighting for? What generations are you fighting for? You're fighting for nothing then. And at that point, what's the point of living? So, I believe 52% of white women have voted Trump so they can find there aren't insane leftoids. Yes. Yes. Like, obviously there's a good chunk of them are. But keep in mind, women are victims to the propaganda machine as well. They're the ones being fed into college. I know my dad was very upset with me for not going to college. In a lot of cases. He's eventually accepted it, but he still, every once in a blue moon, he still grumbles about it. Like, and college is slut factories. We all know this. And they're being forced into hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt and going forced to do daycare. Society is made to ruin women and to demoralize men. It sucks. It's not great, but you have to take what is given to you and make something better out of it. Or else we're not gonna win. And take these white pills, take the fact that white women aren't actually race traders like a lot of people want to believe. Take the fact that the white birth rates are going up, and the fact specifically in red states, and take this as a win that it is, okay? There are ways to blackpill with this data, yes, but don't do that. Don't demoralize yourself when there's clearly good signs being shown here. Polygamy doesn't work on mass. Yeah, I don't support polygamy. I'm sorry. I'm too Western for that shit, but I don't support polygamy. Imagine liberal brain Amalgamyte. Well, that did actually exist 10 fucking years ago. But though that was when I was like 12 years old, so you know, it's been a minute. I feel like I get a pass. In that case, I don't think I wasn't super bad. It was just your garden variety SJW for the time period. Wait, a lot of red states have very high black population, so those rates are really much of a white pill. It depends. I mean, one, we have this graph right here showing that almost all of them are actually every single one except for multiracial went down, while whites went up, and then basically across the country, white births and Republican births are increasing. And even still with the north, obviously the southern states are pretty high up, but you have the northern states too. Like Idaho is very, very white, 1.86. South Dakota, very white. They're at replacement levels at 2.05. Montana, 1.64. North Dakota, 1.88. Despite the Somalians, Minnesota is still like 99% white, and that's 1.68. Right? Indiana, 1.76. Kentucky, 1.79. there's a decent amount of blacks in Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, these areas, yes, but it's still decently white. Like, it's overall Nebraska 1.89, Utah 1.79. It's overall pretty good. Meanwhile, you got places like California, which is very multiracial and multicultural and very left-leaning, being at 1.43. Or Arizona 1.55, you know? So take the win, because this is a white pill. I used to be a liberal, but then I got mugged. In my case, I used to be a liberal, but then they started hating men and calling me for the death of men. Like, I was all for, like, oh, the pink tax sucks, you know, glass ceiling, you know, women's rights, all that fun stuff, you know, gays are, it's okay to be gay. And then they started calling for the death of men. I was like, hold on, wait a second. I'd rather not my dad not die. I love my dad. My dad's amazing. My mom fucking sucks. I hope she dies, actually. I don't want my dad to die, thank you very much. So... And they're also doing, like, they were doing, like, all caps are bastards a lot during that time period and saying that they need to die too. And I'm like, once again, don't want my dad to die. I love my dad. So, having a strong father figure helps significantly. When it came down to that. Plus, there's other factors that happened too, like, you know, Armor Skeptic and Sargon and different things like that. But there's a multitude of things that made me change from being a social justice warrior into becoming, well, an anti-SJW. In that case, but I think my dad's definitely a huge part of it. Be good dads, chatters, yes. Actually, you know, be present fathers. Okay. Okay, let me check Ko-Fi real quick. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Well, you guys have been really nice to me tonight. I don't like it. I mean, I like it. But I don't like it. In a lot of ways. Let's see. You know what? Since I promised white pills tonight, and I didn't really do a good job delivering it, I feel like, I mean, I still consider this a white pill overall, but I know the shoe video was not as fun and pleasant as I was hoping it would be for being a shoe video. And so I'm going to send you guys into some levity. So YouTube bros, I'm going to send you guys over to Mari__en. He is not political, so don't bring politics up. That's gay. We don't like the gays here. Gays get shot on sight. In Minecraft, obviously. So don't do that, okay? Enjoy the funny fish woman. Kick bros, I'm sending you Leaflet. She's playing a game with her mom and a few other people. So stay on topic. If you're not talking politics, don't be rude and bring up politics. Just enjoy them hanging out and playing a game once again. I was supposed to, this is my apology for the lack of white pills in these regards. In this case, oh, thank you, Zoloxlon, for the $2 reduce. Thank you, my dude. That's very nice of you. That's very, very nice of you. Didn't know you're on. Have to watch later. No worries, dude. No worries. I like bot bros and lurkers all the same. All the same, no worries. I appreciate the $2 dues. There we go. So. I hope everybody has a very nice night tonight. I hope you had fun, regardless of different topics at hand. I will see you guys on Monday at 7:45 p.m. EST for whatever we do then. At that time, hopefully no more rides in Minneapolis, because I'm about to shoot myself if I keep talking about Minneapolis. But every weekend something else happens. But anyways, in that case, so enjoy the funny women and cute girls doing cute things. Don't bring up politics. Thank you for all your Bobby's donos and Dick was spanking. And have a good night. Goodbye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?